morning. Good morning. I'm Lisa. Oh, thank you. Oh, but we have a wonderful, wonderful set of guests and oh, that's so kind. Thank you so much. It's a really exciting event. So very exciting. Amazing event. Great audience present. Oh, that's the hardest. Yeah, that's true. I know people really ask wonderful questions. Yeah. The balance is fantastic. The balance, it's so good. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Oh, 10:10. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Perfect. Yes. Do you want me to ask people to come into the room now with the microphone? Oh, okay. Perfect. Okay, I'll get my notes ready and everything. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Oh, yes. Good morning, everybody. Good morning to those here present in the room. Good morning to those of you joining us online. It's a pleasure to be here again and to welcome you all, Your Excellency, Minister Bausch. Wonderful to have you. And welcome to the Luxembourg Autonomous Weapons Systems Conference. Welcome to Luxembourg if you're joining us from another country, and I know that many of you are. And welcome to you online. We hope that you feel really integral to this open discussion, this international public conference. Now, today we're going to have a succession of in-depth panels with leading figures with a voice on the political viewpoint, military application, regulation, technical challenges, and the ethical aspects when it comes to Luxembourg's conference here on autonomous weapon systems. As of yesterday, please welcome François Bausch, who is the Luxembourg Ministry of Defense.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I hope that for those who were already here yesterday, a pleasant evening in Luxembourg. And I will welcome you to the second day of our conference on autonomous weapons system. I hope that those of you that already participated to yesterday's session enjoyed the keynote speech provided by Dr. Paul Scharre and had some fruitful discussions also after, during the cocktail. Today we have set up a broad program composed of 5 panel discussions focusing on topics such as the status of military application of autonomous weapons systems, the development and regulation of autonomous weapons systems, and both national and on international level, as well as the technical and ethical challenges that are behind. The panels are composed of experts coming from academia, civil society, military, the private and the public sector. I would like to thank all the panelists for having taken the time to come to Luxembourg and share their expertise, views and ideas with us. I am certain that the debates will provide food for thoughts for future discussions on the national and international level. To avoid misuse, uncontrolled proliferation, and uncontrollable systems that could potentially harm humans, it will be crucial to find common ground on an international level about how to handle the issue of autonomous weapons systems. Luxembourg is one of the signatories of the joint call to action made during the Responsible AI in the Military Domains Summit in the Netherlands in February this year. We are fostering the exchange between the different stakeholders. Today's conference should be seen as a part of this effort. We have to, and we will, raise awareness on autonomous weapon systems. We will identify avenues of reflection for the development of a position for Luxembourg on this subject. You are all invited to participate in a public survey we launched yesterday and share your thoughts with us. You will find the link to it here in the room and on the conference web page. Another objective of today's conference is to give you this opportunity to interconnect with experts, expand your network, and exchange ideas on the various challenges posed by this new kind of weapon systems. I really look forward to today's discussions, to your contributions, and I wish you a great conference. Thank you very much.
Well, I was going to invite Minister Bausch to remain on stage because he is going to be part of the first panel. So for those of you who were here last night, and I think most of you were, we had the wonderful talk by Dr. Paul Scharre. So please welcome Paul back to the stage. He is, of course, Vice President and Director of Studies at CNAS. Minister Bausch, if you could kindly return to the stage. Thank you very much, and take this seat here. Thank you so much for this panel, an opening panel discussion, which is going to give us the political viewpoint on the autonomous weapon systems. Now, also to this panel, please welcome on stage Mirjana Spoljaric-Egger, who is the president of the International Committee of the Red Cross, ICRC. If you could sit in the middle, thank you. And we have Caroline Mélanie Regimbal, who is the Chief of Service for the United Nations. And finally, he's here. Wonderful. I'm so glad you're here. Christian Guillermo Fernandez, if you could take a seat as well, Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs for Multilateral Affairs for the Republic of Costa Rica. I was told that you were running a little bit late, and I was very pleased to perhaps think you'd had a wonderful evening last night. So welcome all.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Thank you, Minister Bausch, for your opening remarks this morning. Thank you all for joining us for this very important discussion on autonomous weapons. I'd like to start, Ms. Spoljaric, by turning to you. The ICRC has a critical voice on this issue and has been outspoken on the issue of autonomous weapons. What are your views, what are the ICRC views on this important issue?
Thank you. And thank you, ministers. Thank you very much for having me here on this panel. I have been at the head of the ICRC for a little under 6 months now. Bear with me if I'm not an expert on this issue. It is the first time I speak about autonomous weapon systems, but I do so very committedly and with a lot of engagement in, bringing the ICRC into this conversation, to inform the conversation and also to support it as much as possible as we can through our mandate. The reason why I'm coming to this conference is because we are witnessing a very fast development in the field of technology leading to the development of potentially entirely autonomous weapon system that will be applied in situations of conflict in the future, with military interest in loosening the constraints on the application of such systems in the future. We are also here because we see momentum. I see momentum myself, not only by Luxembourg convening this conference, but also by the conference that was recently convened by Costa Rica. The communique that was adopted by 70 states in New York last October, followed by the regional Bele communique very recently adopted for the Latin American and Caribbean states. But I'm also encouraged by countries and country leaders, like here in Luxembourg and in Costa Rica, but also by my conversations with the Secretary General of the United Nations, whom I've decided to join in his call very explicitly, asking for rules and norms managing and constraining the future use of autonomous weapon systems. We see a lot of opportunities that technology brings to the compliance of IHL, to the respect for international humanitarian law, but also to the provision of protection and assistance in the field. However, we cannot deny that there are also a lot of risks that come if there is a loss of human control over the use of force in situations of armed conflict. Because this jeopardizes the protections both for combatants, but also for the civilians in such situations. The loss of the human factor undermines the belligerent's ability to abide by international humanitarian law, including the obligations of those planning and deciding upon attacks to anticipate and limit their effects. It would endanger their ability to make human judgments required to comply with the rules governing the conduct of hostilities. If we move towards entirely and absolutely autonomous weapons, we dehumanize the use of force. That reduces the responsibility and accountability in cases of violations of IHL. So who is eventually going to be responsible? But it also reduces the dignity of the person that is being attacked. So this is not only a risk for IHL compliance, it is also a risk for what IHL was meant to be for, preserving the last reminder of humanity in even the worst situation of armed conflict. And we cannot let this barrier be removed in the application of armed forces, of armed violence. So autonomous weapons fundamentally challenged our shared values and what humanity is supposed to be. And don't forget that the Geneva Conventions are and still constitute the strongest and the most universal international consensus. All the states in the world have ratified the Geneva Convention. So if you use technology, it always has to be in compliance with these conventions and its protocols. There are numerous examples, maybe we will come to them in the discussion, that we can use in the history of armed conflict, acknowledging that rules and regulations are necessary in the field of autonomous weapon systems. There's the question of loitering weapons. Do we want to develop systems where even at the end of that engagement, the decision whether somebody will be killed or not remains with the system and not with a human being? There's also the reference to landmines. I'm sure this is used often. The person placing the landmine is not knowing who eventually is going to step on it, and this is why this type of non-discriminate weapons is being banned. So we will continue to look for examples. We will continue to use our experience in the field and our legal expertise that has been built over 160 years to inform your debates as states, your processes as states, coming together to develop a framework that will keep the barriers to violations of international humanitarian law in the future and promote the implementation in all phases and with all tools in situations of armed conflict. We don't ask for new normative frameworks lightly at the ICC. There's always a risk for us that at the end of the process there will be a weakening of IHL compliance. But in this case, and I discussed it with the Minister this morning, accelerated advancement of technology and what technology can do forces us to think up front what the very specific prohibitions are and what the boundaries are that we have to lay out in order to make sure that all the states, all the weapon barriers have the same understanding of IHL compliance in a given situation. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mayorchuk, for sharing the ICRC's views on this very important issue. We're also joined by Ms. Rajun Bal, Chief of Service for the United Nations Office of Disarmament Affairs, Geneva office. So I want to turn to you next to hear your thoughts. The discussions have been underway for nearly a decade through the Convention of Weapons, the CCW, and the group of governmental experts. We just had a set of meetings last month. There's another round in a few weeks. What is the current state of play in the GG?
Thank you for having me here this morning and for that very interesting question. Sometimes we get the impression that these diplomatic processes advance at glacial speed. I was just having a conversation this morning that it's not even glacial, but rather tectonic speed. But sometimes when we have tectonic speeds, we also have earthquakes that arise that proceed and advance things to go faster. So currently, the group of governmental experts, which was received a renewed mandate in November of last year by the high contracting parties to the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons, gave the group a mandate to continue looking at and to intensify considerations of proposals to elaborate by consensus possible measures and other options related to normative and operational frameworks on emerging technologies in the area of lethal autonomous weapon systems. And I read this very specifically because that is the mandate of the group, but I think it also speaks to the nuances and the different perspective and positions that states are coming to this. There is general agreement in the international community that this theme and this issue is relevant and needs to be addressed. The how is where it gets tricky. But it was very encouraging in March when we had the first meeting of GGE group, where states were able to engage for the first time in quite a few years in very substantive and positive ambiance and forward-looking thinking. So we hope that this will be an indicator that the international community is really, really ready to further engage on these topics. What the end result will be is still 100% unclear, and it's in the hands of the states, but we are encouraged that states are taking the time to engage. We saw in March of this year that there is many areas of convergence on the substantive issues. There are still some things that need to be discussed, but in essence, even when we're talking about human controls, we may be using nomenclature that is quite different from one another, but the end feeling or value that these weapon systems, autonomous weapon systems, need to be controlled by humans, and that we have to find ways to ensure that existing humanitarian law is enforced, is there. And that's the feeling that prevails. And so I think that when you have a minimum agreement on the big stakes, the rest is, the devil is in the detail, and that there is political will to advance. It is absolutely necessary that colleagues continue to engage in a very inclusive way. We've seen that some states are calling for negotiations of a formal treaty, while others are still a little bit more reluctant and wanting to advance at a slower pace. But at least we're advancing. And I think that that's the key thing that has to happen between now and the next session in May, is that we continue to look forward and that we agree to either a mandate to really advance with the negotiation of a treaty or an instrument, a normative or operational framework, or at the very least that we continue to engage substantively on these issues. And I think that that willingness is there. We just need to ensure that we do it together in an inclusive manner, and ensure that also not only the very advanced, technologically advanced and military advanced states are part of that dialogue, but also all states, and that we continue in this sense.
Well, wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Rochambeau, for that encouraging outlook. And it sounds like there's a lot of work to be done, but also a lot of core foundational areas where there are agreement among states in the GGE. I want to turn next to Mr. Guillermo Fernandez, Vice Minister of Multilateral Affairs from Costa Rica. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. Earlier this year, Costa Rica hosted Latin American and Caribbean countries for a conference on autonomous weapons, the result of which was the Berlin Communiqué adopted by over 30 countries, calling for an internationally legally binding treaty that would pose regulations and prohibitions on autonomy and weapons. So what do you see as the significance of this development?
Thank you. Thank you very much. First of all, Minister, thank you very much for your hospitality and for all the people here. And thank you very much also to invite me here today to this panel. Look, I think that three things I will try to point it out with the Berlin Communiqué and what the result of this conference that we have at the Latin American and Caribbean countries. First, and I think the president of the ICRC mentioned, is the momentum. And I think that also my colleague from Caroline also raised that. We are discussing, we have 10 years that we start to discuss that. And finally, we think that there is a momentum that, and I think that the Latin American and Caribbean countries shows also to the world that we need to discuss that, and we are committed with that. it was very important coming from our region. You know, this is a region that was really committed in all disarmament, humanitarian disarmament, and that we have Tlatelolco also to have a region free or nuclear weapons. We were very active, and this is fundamental. Was fundamental, I think, and this is something that put first the issue on the agenda, on the international agenda, more in a visual kind of putting in the agenda. Because for sure we were discussing that in Geneva, but now more and more the public opinion is also being aware of that and asking also to the authorities and the governments to engage in this discussion. This is, on my view, the first point that I want to raise. And also that it was a consensus in my region that we need a real and strong regulation on that. And this is not a minor thing in the sense that also 34 countries said to the world that we are committed and we want to go on this way. And third, not because it's less important, is also that the region is really committed with the international humanitarian law. And they want to say to the world that we need to evaluate, in a sense, with the autonomous weapons, with full respect to international humanitarian law. And for me, this is one of the most important results of this conference. And it starts also in our region, not only that, because then we move with the Belém communiques that some people are calling the spirit of Belém, in the sense that we move that in the SICA with the Central American countries, and then we put also a paragraph in the presidential declaration of the Ibero-American Summit, which is not only Latin American and Caribbean countries, but also Andorra, Spain, and Portugal. And we will do the same in May also at the IOS, in a permanent council that we are calling. Then we're going to have the Latin American and Caribbean countries, but also US and Canada, which means we're still moving, and this is, I think, also this conference now in Luxembourg help us to continue on this spirit. There is also the spirit of Luxembourg here. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Mr. Guillermo Fernandez. It sounds like that momentum is very encouraging, that energy behind this issue. Minister Bausch, in 2019, Luxembourg had proposed in discussions at the group of governmental experts that countries adopt a legally binding instrument surrounding autonomous weapons. What should be in such an instrument?
You made a description yesterday, an historical description of arms control in general in your expose, and you described that at the end of the day, which kind of arms control in history had a result, a positive result, and you said that there are, and then you told us which one it were. There are many arms control treaties or regulations that were efficient, and all of them had one in common, that they defined clear and very easy to apply red lines. And I think we should do the same for the autonomous weapons, because we cannot put in place a framework, a legal framework, to control all different kinds of autonomous weapons that exist. That is impossible also because, like you mentioned yesterday, the speed of this technology is so fast, so every 6 months something new is invented that makes no sense. So we have to define in a legal binding framework red lines which are clear. And for example, one would be that it is not allowed to do complete dehumanize autonomous weapons. And that's why I think that this conference and all the work that we did already in the working group in Luxembourg before should go in the direction to really, at the end, analyze in a paper, in a strategic paper, which will be the red lines that we will propose to put them then in a legal binding framework that should be adopted. And I think that we should use every platform that exists today in the society, in the United Nations process in general, but also like in Geneva, the Geneva process, to really push now forward. And the momentum is excellent because when I started to discuss on this topic years ago, we had nearly no sensibility in the population. But now, also due to the discussion around artificial intelligence in general, especially in the last months, the awareness is there. But we must then also explain that we should then really focus more on specific items like autonomous weapons to discuss it. For example, at the moment in the European Parliament, they discuss about the first framework for AI in general in Europe, and that would be then the first legal binding framework on artificial intelligence in the world, but they excluded the defense sector, for example. But maybe it would be a good idea also then, for example, to use the momentum and to introduce also these discussions inside the European Parliament. So let's use every possibility that we have now, this momentum to sensibilize, and then that we arrive at the moment where we can then agree at some red lines that could be very interesting really to control these systems.
Well, thank you, Minister Bausch. And Ms. Bojarczyk, the ICRC has also called for legally binding rules on autonomous weapons. What are those rules and what should they include? Why are they important?
Thank you. Let me start with the consensus, and reinforces that momentum that we all agree on, that is building around a framework for autonomous weapon systems. You mentioned IHL compliance being a strong priority in Latin America, and it is also a strong priority in Europe. When I gave my first lecture in Geneva in November last year, I called on all states to make IHL compliance a political priority again. It reduces the cost of war, both in terms of human suffering, but also in terms of material loss. Non-discriminate weapons create enormous damage and tragedy. I saw it in the north of Syria again after the earthquake when I went to Aleppo. We see it in Ukraine. Non-discriminate weapons, where the human factor is reduced to an absolute minimum, are always damaging, over and above what is necessary in an armed conflict. For me, this is about the law. But it is also about ethics. We cannot allow weapon systems without a human factor. We need the human factor for a number of reasons. We need the human factor because we always need to know who's accountable and responsible. A computer can be responsible in a futuristic environment, but in our world of law and order, there has to be a person at the end of the process that we can make accountable. And we have to preserve that human factor. But we also have to preserve the human factor in order to reduce loss. We have to have someone in the process at all times who controls and who is able to intervene and who is able to deactivate a weapon system. We cannot produce, or we cannot run the same risks again that were taken into consideration when atomic weapons, nuclear weapons were developed. We are at a critical moment in history where we have to think up front, where we have to project the absolute disaster. And that doesn't deny anyone from using technology to the benefit of IHL compliance and assisting people in armed conflict. But we have to, as the Minister Bausch had said, we have to define the red lines now that may come because technological advancement is fast surpassing the level of our human imagination. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We certainly can see this pace of technological advancement is moving forward very quickly, and Ms. Richenpaul, in discussions at the CCW, the Convention on Certain Conventional Weapons operates by consensus. There's a wide range of state views on this topic. What do you see as the most fruitful way forward to bridge the gap between some of these different views to reach a consensus on the best approach?
Thank you. Well, I think all of the panelists have spoken to this, to the importance of keeping the momentum alive, to keep advancing, to go forward, to not let the burden of the quick pace of emerging technology slow us down, but rather to energize us. And I think that the work of the group of governmental experts to date, under the very able leadership of Brazil, in particular Ambassador Flavio D'Amico, has been precisely for everyone to engage substantively on issues that matter, the definitions, the characteristics, understanding what those red lines are, understanding the positions. And so this debate and this dialogue is very fruitful. And yes, we have been talking about this for 10 years, but each year we are making advances. And I think that we have to look at it as not just the process, but where's the end game. And I think states have recently, with the Belén Communiqué and with other initiatives, really provided, we know what we're talking about. Back in 2019, we established 11 guiding principles to help guide the work of the group that was going to be looking at this. Now we need to, as states and actors involved in these issues, have the courage to take the decision to take this forward. Many states have proposed in the last year or so, but also in the last group of governmental experts, to just decide to make the decision to start negotiations. We don't need to have the answers to absolutely every component before we sit down to negotiate. And I think that that is a very flexible approach that many states are looking at and saying, look back in history. How many times have we sat down at the negotiating tables having all of the answers? And the answer is virtually no times. So what we need is, we've already there's common understanding of what the problem is. There's general understanding as to what the main issues are, the definitions. We understand very clearly that IHL needs to be preserved. We understand very clearly that human control, no matter how we define it, needs to be at the heart of what we decide. So why, with this mandate and this common understanding, can we not decide to once and for all come to the table and negotiate something? And so I think that we have done so much advances that it just takes that extra courage and to get it done. And as I was saying earlier, let's not wait for those tectonic plates to come together and create a real earthquake. As the president of the ICRC has just mentioned, lethal autonomous weapons and AI systems are not just about common, certain, conventional weapons. Nuclear issues may be at stake, weapons of mass destruction. We cannot wait for an incident to happen and for the arms race in this domain to continue to increment before we decide to take action. So I think it's just, we're so close, but we need that extra ounce of courage to bridge it. And I think that this flexible position that several states have called on to, let's sit at the table, let's agree that we need to negotiate. We don't need to have all the answers. We just need to know that this is a priority and we want to move forward. So I think that that's the best way to go.
Well, thank you. Mr. Guillermo Fernandez, the Belén Communiqué talked about the importance of meaningful human control. It's a term that's gotten a lot of traction and a lot of interest in discussions around autonomous weapons. What does it mean, meaningful human control, and how do we know whether or not we have it?
Thank you. This is a very interesting question and very difficult one also. But as we were discussing now, for Costa Rica at least, and like-minded states, the human control of the autonomous weapons is exactly what we are looking for. The definition is not the important, but we need a human control in all the laws. And this is something that goes beyond the humanitarian, the international humanitarian law. is regarding ethics and human dignity. And that's why in Belém was one of the main objectives of the conference, and one main of the results is this really strong consensus among all the Latin American and Caribbean countries that we need a human control on all the autonomous weapons. And the meaningful is what we are trying to define now. But this is not the importance. The importance is what we are saying behind. And probably there is not a real consensus on this in this phrasing. But what we are looking for is that everybody is sure that when we are talking on autonomous weapons, there is a human who takes the last decision. And yesterday you raised this important. You start your presentation with your anecdote, which was a very strong one. And this is exactly what we need to avoid. And the president of the ICRC at the beginning also shared with us not only the fact that the autonomous weapons goes against the international humanitarian law, and there was the fact that there is no human control. This is going to be also the lack of human dignity of the victims, and this is the other side of the coin that we need to think about. And I don't want to be hijacked by the definition or by the sentence, but what we want to express and we want to reach a consensus is on the need of human control on all the autonomous weapons.
Wonderful, thank you. Minister Bausch, we talked about the spirit of Belém, the spirit of Luxembourg. There's, obviously we're in the middle of two very important discussions at the GGE. We just had one last month. There'll be again another one in a couple weeks. What would you like for us to get out of this conference in terms of advancing international discussions on autonomous weapons?
I think the most important thing is that we should very quickly define the ethical framework around these red lines that we want to establish very fast. And the first point is that what we have discussed already now since 15 minutes, it's that weapon systems shall not get the right to autonomously decide. There must be always a human decision behind. And the second point is that the technology that we implement in the defense sector should help and support people and not be used against them. And the third thing is then the responsibility, that humans keep the responsibility on actions that they do with autonomous weapons. So if you take these three ethical points and then you launch the debate to define red lines around these 3 points is already very important. You then have created a framework that really will help you then at the end of the day to avoid many collateral damages that you could provoke by autonomous weapons. I'm skeptical already today because we have war theaters also today already, and many things are in an experimental stadium already used in these theaters. I don't know which kind of autonomous weapon at the moment are used in Ukraine. Maybe they have for themselves good reasons to be the experimental battlefield to do this, because they are in a complicated situation, especially the Ukrainians. But due that we don't have at the moment the red lines, it's very dangerous. And it's not only in Ukraine, because we have also other war theaters in the world. So we are really we have to urge that we have to go quick in the direction to define these ethical concerns in these red lines and push the discussions in this way. So that's and not lose time about discussing all the separate weapon systems that could exist in the future.
Well, thank you so much. I want to switch gears for a second and talk about some of the developments that we're seeing underway in artificial intelligence, which are very rapid. And we've seen, we were talking about sort of progress in the diplomatic front, but of course the technology keeps moving forward. In just past few months, we've seen AI breakthroughs like ChatGPT that have gained lots of users internationally. I'd be interested to hear from each of you how you see these progress that we're seeing in AI technology changing, if at all, your views on autonomous weapons. And let's maybe start with you, Ms. Regenbaugh.
Well, thank you. I think the progress is telling us, hurry up. We have to get this done. This is no longer a theoretical debate as to whether or not these weapons will be used or can be used or how they will be used. This is now, development is underway, use is underway, and we need to engage on this. And I think that when we look at the way forward, it's not just how these weapons will change the face of conflict and how we engage on these issues, but it's also a matter of looking at how these will be engaged on domestic issues in times of peace. I think there's nothing wrong with AI technology and the advances that are being made, and as the minister pointed out, we can use this to our advantage. In many cases, the international community, including the United Nations, have used artificial intelligence to help us get closer to sustainable development goals and to reaching those issues. We used them recently in Yemen as part of the peace negotiations and ensuring that there was automatic translation into the dialects. So there is good use to it. But the fact that it is not being regulated clearly and that we do not have rules of engagement on this is extremely worrisome. And this is where the political will needs to step in, and that we need to continue engaging with scientists and engineers in very inclusive processes to go forth. And so dual use of technology is always a very tricky thing, but we already have a broad framework under which to work on under this, whether it's the Geneva Conventions, Article 36, or looking at specific new normative frameworks. There is a lot of good ideas, but now we really need to put those words into action and move forth. And so I think we have to take advantage of that momentum, and as I was saying a little bit earlier, not let the momentum and the fear of the advances of development paralyze us, but rather energize us to catch up with technology and define the rules, the ethicals, the values that we want to have going forth on these technologies.
Thanks so much. Ms. Bayarczyk.
Thank you. It's an interesting question against the backdrop that the ICRC has existed for 160 years and the laws of the war have existed for at least as long, probably much longer. And I will repeat this for as long as I participate in these discussions and for as long as we have not reached the normative framework yet. If computers were humans, if computers were able to do what humans can, they would be humans, but they are computers. It is impossible for us to exemplify a situation or to create a situation as ICRC delegates that, allows us to imagine that without any human control, there would always be the possibility to differentiate adequately whether somebody is wounded, whether somebody is sick in the field, whether somebody is a civilian or not a civilian, or potentially a prisoner of war, because these situations in the actual conflict, in the actual moment, are extremely complex and are extremely individual. This is why we need to preserve the human control over any weapon system, because the laws of the war only allow us to preserve humanity, because everybody knows that at the end of the day, if there is a violation of this law, somebody will be held accountable. And this somebody will need to explain at that time why a certain decision was taken. We cannot have the trust in our technologies to take over that role. And for this, we need the boundaries. And for this, we need to be clear about the advantages, but also about the risks of technological advancement. Thank you.
Minister Bausch.
I think that without mobilizing the civil society and the population, we will not reach anything, and especially in the democratic countries. And that's why I think that, for example, a conference like this, one of the first goals was, yes, getting together experts, but also taking the momentum to bring outside in the public discussions the whole risks that are behind this subject. So we must use, especially in the democratic countries, the public awareness that we have to create first, because at the moment you see that regarding AI in general, the sensibility is going up, and the population discussing on it and having some fears about what could be the future of our society being dominated by artificial intelligence or misused by some powers to dominate the society. And why I'm thinking that the democratic countries has such a big responsibility, that's because we are democratic countries and the discussion is possible. Because you have other countries at the moment in the world, I don't want to mention one because that makes no sense here, but everybody knows which countries I meant. There, the discussions will not take place. The experimental field is in the society already there, in their own civil society, and there is no right to criticism, to bring criticism to what is happening. So we have an enormous responsibility at this moment to really push this discussion and really push this awareness and this sensibility in the population. And then the second thing is then with this, I think we have better chances to really also have at the end also red lines, because if in the democratic countries the awareness is there, and if we already implement maybe red lines in our countries, that has also something then in a result regarding our exchanges that we have, our economic exchanges with countries that would not be, for example, help us, that will go in the same direction or would ignore what we are doing. So that's why I'm also think that what the European Parliament is discussing in this moment on artificial intelligence in general is important, because that will help us in the end. So that's why I want that the Luxembourg government really finishes and adopt a position until summer. And I try then to, because I know that other countries in Europe share my view, maybe build up a like-minded alliance in Europe first, and then outside of Europe, with these countries go outside of Europe and try then really to build up a larger coalition that will help then also to push forward the discussions inside of United Nations, inside the Geneva process or wherever.
Wonderful, thank you. Mr. Guillermo Fernandez, you'll get the last word.
Thank you. It's a very interesting question, in fact, because, I have been 10 years working on that as a diplomat. And at the moment when we start discussing that in Geneva, there was not chat, GTP, it was something like science fiction, And now it's a reality, which is for me personally, and also as Costa Rican, coming from a disarmed democracy without an army, is something that convinced me more to engage in this discussion and how we need regulations, because the technology is going on this way and is moving forward and forward. And now we need the pulse. We need to think about it. And there is also a huge risk. And probably this is not something that everybody discusses in this kind of sessions. But this is also a huge gap can be produced among the North and the South. because the production of autonomous weapons is going to be in the north, and probably, unfortunately, used in the south. I'm not sure about that, but you know, there is a discussion also on the complexity, of this issue regarding not only humanitarian, international humanitarian law, but also regarding development of our small democracies in the south that are under pressure to develop themselves. Just mean this is something that we need to think about. But regarding your question, I'm more and more convinced that we need to move forward, and we are starting to be late. I don't want to be that we have to run, but we need to be at least constant and looking forward for results. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you. Well, I want to thank all of our panelists for a very invigorating discussion this morning to kick off the day's dialogue. Please join me in thanking our panelists. And Lisa, over to you.
Thank you so much, Paul, for chairing a really interesting first panel session this morning. Well, we have a well-deserved 15-minute break, so I hope to see you all in your chairs in 15 minutes. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone, and to those of you who managed to make it back from the coffee break on time, I want to try to keep us to time as much as possible so that you can enjoy your lunch break. So I'll continue to talk whilst I see more and more people come in. I think the minister from Costa Rica has left some papers here, so I will take those for Christian. But welcome back. I want to make sure you have a proper lunch break. So next up, we have a panel discussion which is going to be on the military application of autonomous weapons, the current status and the outlook. And of course, to all of those watching online, it's wonderful to have you here as well. Now, this panel, again, I'll just repeat it, it's the military application of autonomous weapons, the current status and the outlook. It will be moderated by Sigrid Riedse Johansen, who is the Special Advisor in Law for the Norwegian Special Operations Command. So, Sigrid, welcome to the stage. If you could actually sit, I've been asked by the organizers if you could sit under your name. So that people can make sure they know that you are this one. And I heard it was you who were delayed with the flight yesterday. So I'm so glad you've managed to make it on time. Welcome, welcome. I heard there was a lot of snow in Norway. Also on the panel, please welcome Mario Martinho, the Project Officer for Land Systems Technologies at the European Defence Agency. Colonel Pascal Ballinger, who is the Vice Chief of Defence for the Luxembourg Armed Forces. Colonel Bernard Falleng, who is the Head of Division Plans and Policy for the Belgian Defence Strategic Staff. And Conor Hannigan, an officer for defence investment with NATO International Staff. Welcome to you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the organizers for inviting us to this panel, and it's true, I came from 50 centimeters of snow, so it's a relief to be here. So welcome to this panel, which rightly is about the military application of lethal autonomous systems, current status and outlook. So this is from the user side, the perspective of the militaries. We still do not have a commonly accepted definition what we are talking about, of course, you all know that, lethal autonomous weapon systems or laws. It's not one system, it may be a variety of systems in all military domains, on land, at sea or in the air. It all depends on what we exactly put in the frame of autonomy and what we put in the frame of weapons or weapon systems. A number of states, they use or they refer to weapons with autonomous functions that once activated can identify, select and engage targets with lethal force without further intervention by an operators, which basically is systems sent out on their own. Quite often we also talk about AVS or autonomous weapon systems without the lethal aspects, or even AS. Examples are sensors for gathering information with the purpose of creating situational awareness, ISR assets. Researchers in the military domain, at least where I come from, they argue, among others, that the benefits of autonomous systems are that they are safer for the operator, that they are cheaper for the armed forces, and that they do not get tired or bored. Furthermore, machines operating on their own, they may get access to areas which are otherwise denied because it's too dangerous for people. They may enhance low signature for forces who need to hide behind enemy lines, and they may enhance situational awareness by processing data in order to detect targets and track targets, all at the same time. And simply put, the greater the autonomy, the greater is also the potential for unpredictability. We all know that, and we have heard about it earlier, with obvious challenges related to human control. So, let's hear our panel's reflections on the potential use of such systems and their potential. What are the different military strategies, the practice, the drivers, the needs, and the dilemmas? We are to hear from a panel representing the diversity of Europe and NATO, when it comes to military needs, strengths, and vulnerabilities. And first, I present the question to Mario Martinho. And here we also need one slide, I think from the do we have a technical assistance to change? I don't have been given a pointer. So my question, thank you, for Mario Martinho is, you are the project officer for land systems at the European Defence Agency, EDA. What's your project in EU?
Thank you very much for having me and the European Defence Agency here. I will start saying what's the main mission of the European Defence Agency. So our mission is to support the European member states to develop their capabilities. In addition, of course, we act as an hub for interaction between Ministry of Defence, industry, and academia. I would start saying the following after listening to the previous panel. We all understand the need to regulate autonomous systems or autonomous weapon systems. But in the end, someone needs to develop them. So I'll start with that because if we want to have autonomous weapon systems that are efficient and effective in the future, we need to start developing them now. Even, of course, we understand the red lines and the ethical and the legal concerns. So I prepared this slide, as Sigrid said, to try to highlight a bit what our main activities, drivers, and challenges are. You can see in the slide the vision of autonomous systems, of the European Defence Agency on autonomous systems. We want to support the member states to speed up the development of highly autonomous, effective, efficient, and reliable autonomous systems for land, air, maritime, and multi-domain autonomous operations. And here, the reliable, especially for this conference, is key. Regarding the drivers, I would like to highlight three. The first is the capability development plan that the European Defence Agency supports the member states to develop, and where the member states describe what are the most priority capabilities to be developed in the coming years. This capability development plan has 11 priorities, and it covers all the aspects of the military use of capabilities in operations. From this document, I would say that we can explicitly see in the document the need for tangible autonomous systems for the future operations. And here I would like to say that the main elements will be intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, targeting, precision effects, and support. Also important is the coordinated annual review on defense. I will not go too much in detail, but this is the document where the European Defence Agency supports the member states to evaluate how is the development of their capabilities. Also important, not written in the slide, is as our driver and our, I would say, definer of boundaries are the European Parliament resolutions on autonomous weapon systems. As an example, the 2752 from 2018 and all remaining artificial intelligence European Parliament resolutions. Also here in this first document, we see already a derogation of the use of fully autonomous systems for active protection systems. Also important, and regarding these aspects of legal and ethical concerns, I would like to share two thoughts with you. The first is on a dilemma between ethical and operational use of systems. A couple of months ago, I was sharing a workshop on autonomous systems, and it was quite consensual from multiple partners that if we have a system, and let me give a precise example. If we have a Leopard 2, as an example, because it's very known nowadays, that is manned as it is now, and then in the future we have the same Leopard main battle tank that is autonomous. This system that will be autonomous with the same capability will not give any chance to the manned system. Why? Because it's faster to see you, it's faster to engage you. So in other words, in operations, you are dead. So let's see, we are not saying with that we need to go to fully autonomous weapon systems. That's not the point. However, we need to recognize, we need to understand that autonomy for operations will be very important. If the EU EU competitors or adversaries will have them, we need to think how to tackle them. And the second thought is on the ethical baseline. The ethical baseline should be always our main aspect. So we agree to what was said here before. However, being that a central element and knowing that we should not deviate from our ethical baseline, we should think that one day, as technology matures and artificial intelligence becomes highly trustable, explainable, reliable, and predictable, and autonomous weapon systems with enhanced autonomy will have the ability to use lethality in full respect of the international humanitarian law, including the principles of distinction, proportionality, and precaution. Maybe we will have the possibility to have very autonomous lethal weapon systems in the future. So it's not a question of black or white, it's a question of how to do it. Maybe I can then later return to specific projects. Thank you.
Yes, we will invite you later. Actually, we will also return a little bit later to the question of opposing forces and own forces. But first, I invite Conor Hannigan from NATO. You are working in the NATO Defense Investment Division. Please explain to us how can allies benefit from cooperation in NATO on this topic and what the alliance's vision is when it comes to military use of autonomy.
Sigrid, thank you so much. It's really a pleasure to be here on the panel, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
And we can perhaps ask the technicalities to have this screensaver slide back again, so we don't confuse.
So I think I'll tackle your question actually in reverse and start a bit with the vision and then come a little bit more to some examples of specifics, because in October of last year, NATO defense ministers endorsed an autonomy implementation plan. And essentially this does three things. First of all, it's an acknowledgement of both the opportunities, but some of the challenges and risks that come with these systems. Secondly, it lays out a set of desired outcomes for what NATO allies want to be able to do to both foster and protect these technologies. And the third thing, which is a critical point, is decision that principles of responsible use that allies have agreed for artificial intelligence will also apply to AI-enabled autonomous systems, and that international humanitarian law will continue to apply in full to use of those systems as well. So that is kind of the political direction, strategic guidance that comes from the organization, and what it does is it gives, direction of travel, a set of actions to take down to the science and technology community, to the capability community as well, which is where I work the most closely with, and also to an extent on the operational side with NATO's strategic commands. But before I move on, I just want to take the opportunity also to kind of frame the discussion a bit from NATO's perspective, because within the organization, at least at the technical level, we have a terminology for what we mean by automated and autonomy. So when we talk about automated, we're talking about systems that follow pre-programmed rules towards a desired outcome. When we're talking about autonomy, we're thinking increasingly about the ability to sense the environment, to learn from that environment, to incorporate some element of decision-making, and to follow an optimal but a potentially unpredictable course of action. That element of unpredictability is critical. And I also want to highlight as well that that doesn't necessarily mean, and it shouldn't mean in terms of the development and use of these systems, that there's any element of unreliability. Quite to the contrary, and that's one of the agreed principles of responsible use. So just to round it off, I guess, with a few examples of some areas where we are working with allies to think about autonomy and how they're preparing to integrate some of these technologies into their armed forces, there are two main examples. The first one is a Maritime Unmanned Systems Initiative, which is focused really on thinking about how allies can use automated but increasingly autonomous technologies for detection of mines, for monitoring and protection of critical undersea infrastructure, for detection and tracking of submarines, maritime situational awareness as well, and then also on the unmanned aircraft side, especially for intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance operations. And the work that we're doing and where we're supporting allies is mostly on the materiel side, so helping them develop the equipment, but also critically on interoperability. So making sure that the standards are in place to enable them to go on operations together and work as seamlessly as they can when they're deploying in multinational contexts.
Thank you very much, Connor. And I think that we quickly now hear that although the framework here is lethal autonomous weapon systems, we very quickly hear that when we ask the militaries about what the projects are, it's more than that. It's autonomous systems or highly automatic systems in broad. So then let's move to two countries in the middle of Europe. First to Colonel Pascal Ballinger. You are the Vice Chief of Defense in Luxembourg Armed Forces. Are you able to apply lethal autonomous weapon systems today?
Yes, thank you. As you already said, we do not have a commonly accepted definition of what we are talking, and so all depends what exactly you mean on autonomy. Luxembourg armed forces are quite small, landlocked, more or less the size of a battalion. So we do not have a navy. We only have a very small air component and only use military transport aircraft, so no air defense. So the potential use cases of autonomous systems are quite reduced. We have UAVs that have an autonomous home mode. So this means whenever you use them and they lose the radio control, they return to the launching point on its own. But our UAVs are not armed, so not lethal. In the future, we will get French Scorpion equipment. In that framework, we will get other autonomous systems, so a system that automatically points the weapon in the direction of where somebody shot at you. But these systems are rather automated and not autonomous. So thank you for giving a definition of the difference between an autonomous system and an automated system. So coming back to the Scorpion equipment, that equipment is lethal, but it is far away from being autonomous. There's always a human being who decides if the target has to be engaged and who decides if the person on the other side can live or not. So to answer your initial question, today we do not really have a use case of lethal autonomous weapons, so we do not really need them, and we certainly do not want to use them today.
Thank you very much. And then let's move, still in Europe, over to Belgium. To Colonel Bernard Paleg, you are head of plans and policy in the Belgium Armed Forces, and as opposed to Luxembourg, Belgium has a coastline. And what's the possible use of autonomous or semi-autonomous systems from your point of view?
Thank you, Sigrid, and thank you, Luxembourg, for inviting us. Okay. Having heard all we heard this morning and in this panel, I would state that, firstly, that the Belgian point of view is that it starts with definition and it starts with the intent and the way we want to conduct military operations. What do I mean by that is that the military commander needs to be educated, not only to be legal, to behave legally, but also to be faithful to values. Recently, in our armed force, we reinvested in restating which values we want to defend, we want to share among our future leaders, among future militaries. And this is the reason, and the education that goes beyond that, that leads us to the need for a military commander to be in command, to have a human in the loop. Whatever system, whatever definition of the technology, of the system, lethal, not lethal, we use, we need to be aware that we take this into account, and that is the red line for Belgium. We want to make use of technology, but they have to be such that a human is in the loop, and that the people which are entitled with wearing a military responsibility can act and behave like they should do. So predictability is key for all future development and use of weapon systems. Lethal weapon system, autonomous or automated weapon system, it doesn't matter, it has to be predictable. And as an example of this, to illustrate this, we can say that we already had usage in the past in Belgium or in other countries of systems that could match the definition of laws. It depends on how you interpret the words, but let's give you an example. We are well known in Belgium, and referring to the coastline, to the demining operation. We invest a lot for the moment to use automated or autonomous system to detect mine on the seabed, to protect, at the end of the day, merchant and passenger shipping from the danger of mines. For that, we need drones. We want to use drones undersea with weapons on board, something to neutralize the mines. So it's literally answering the definition of a loss. But we use it for a positive effect, for something which is good, to protect citizens, to protect population, to protect countries. So really trying to ban what? This is fundamentally the question. Is it to ban a technology? No, we believe we need to stick to values, to ethics. This is the fundamental point. We did it in the past. We have a self-defense system on board our frigates. They're called the goalkeeper. It's answering the definition of a loss. While it is perfectly usable if the people are educated to use it, they know it's predictable. Same for infrared seeking missiles. And in the future, we will continue in the same way. We need to be able to make use of loitering ammunition to protect people, to defend them, but the condition is human in the loop predictability. Same for weaponizing reconnaissance drones. We want to avoid unnecessary damage to our own forces, losses of human, of militaries, of civilians of the armed force. The technologies are there, they are dual most of the time, but we need to make sure that we have the tools to educate the people correctly and to ensure predictability of those weapons.
Thank you very much. Thank you for illustrations and also for posing new questions. And we will follow up by the defense issue, because armed forces, of course, they are usually there for defending their country. And since we are in the military application domain, the use and needs and strategies, we will also have to ask, what is the use in order to respond to potential opposing forces? So I have the same question to all of you, and I will give it to you in a prearranged order. We have heard about examples and perspectives from all of you and your own development and potential use of autonomous systems, but what about protection against the use of autonomous systems by an opposing force, so in a sort of a weapons race? And first I send a question to you, Colonel Pascal Ballinger.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, in my opinion, there are at least two ways to protect against the use of autonomous systems. The first protection is the use of technology. We already do it right now for IEDs and so on. So we have to find a solution that effectively neutralizes the system. This could be a jammer or another lethal device. But the second way of protection is, in my opinion, even more important, and that is a common ground of on an international level about how to handle the issue with the lethal autonomous weapons. So I hope that the conference today could identify potential reflections in that domain, and that it could help to develop a common position on that subject.
Thank you. So a desire to have a common approach to how to counter other forces' development. That's good. And then I turn the same question to you, Bernard Peleg, please.
Yeah, thank you, Sigrid. I think in the continuity of what I just said, preventing the use of technology will be very challenging, will be very difficult to leave it to the people which are in charge of that, but the technology will be there. It's dual. It's a dual use. You can use it for good things. We can do it for ugly things. And in any case, to protect people, to protect allies, to protect citizens from the danger of misuse of this technology, the only solution is to master the technology a sufficient way in our countries, in our democracies, to ensure that the defense is effective. Let me give you an example. When an adversary would use swarm drones, and we would react with, I would say, a classical way against that to protect ourselves, to neutralize swarm drones, we could create more danger, more negative effects to our population, to our militaries, than if we were using the algorithm, the systems that are suited for such situation. So at the end of the day, what fundamental is not to ban or to prevent the research and development in those technologies, because it's a question of safety, security, and at the end of the day, to protect the population. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Conor Hannigan from NATO? Oh, I spoke the procedure. We'll take you afterwards.
I would very much agree with what has been said on the panel. I think the bottom line is that countermeasures against these systems are going to be essential. So one of the two pillars of NATO policy goals across the emerging disruptive technology portfolio is not only to be able to foster and develop the best technology, but also to protect against potentially adversarial use of those technologies and protect the technology itself. I think when we think about NATO and the alliance's ability to maintain a technical edge, this requires not only protection against the use of force, but also protection within your own systems and technologies against deception, against interference in our systems. And actually, this is a very good example of how incorporating principles of responsible use into not only use, but design and development of systems can actually be a strategic advantage, right? If you have very high standards for robustness, for security, assurance of systems, you're going to incentivize industry to play along with that game. So I think that's one good example. The last thing I'll say, just from the NATO side, is that we absolutely, together with allies, recognize some of the challenges. So dating back to, I think, 2018, there's a dedicated counter unmanned aircraft system working group, which is looking at the threat, but also trying to leverage some of the best available technologies to make counter-UAS technology smarter. So looking at sensor fusion, machine learning as well, and looking again, not only at the material aspects, but across the spectrum of a capability. So also trying to incorporate the doctrine and the concepts in a very holistic manner.
Thank you very much. And now back to you. Posed a question, the example in your first answer, Mario Martinho, about from the battlefield with the two Leopards. But please develop a little bit on your point on the counter autonomous weapon systems.
Thank you very much. I'll divide this answer with two kinds of protection measures. One is developing systems that will fight the autonomous systems of the opponent, and the second one is to enhance the protection of our own autonomous systems. We have projects ongoing regarding the protection of autonomous systems against enemy interference, so this is something that is very important for us. We are talking about, of course, protection against not only electrical warfare, but also cyber activities, and we don't want to lose the control of our systems. The second thing is to develop our own systems able to engage and to avoid the use of autonomous systems by the opponent. One of the best examples is the Combat Unmanned Ground Systems, a project of 36 million, 9 member states, and 29 companies with, I would say, most or almost the biggest players of EU defense in Europe, what shows that member states are willing to address the topic. So in this project, we are not developing fully autonomous systems. We are using some platforms that are already autonomous, like, for example, the Themis anti-PEX from Estonia, but we want to enhance their capabilities and to improve them. In addition, we will use manned platforms, like, for example, from Patria or the Lynx 2 from Iveco, Italy, and we will transform them with unmanned systems with some kind of autonomy. In addition, and finally, we have projects ongoing dedicated for countering UAS, especially against UAS. And here, the idea is to have a broad and integrated kind of sensors and countermeasures to counter the adversary autonomous systems.
Thank you very much. Then I have a follow-up question when we are in this development for defensive purposes area. In this panel, you all come from NATO and EU countries, and NATO and EU consist of both small and bigger countries aligning in joint and allied plans. So how can autonomous systems and autonomy serve the common military goal of allied forces? And perhaps I refer first to you, Bernard, here.
I think defending the welfare of our country into an alliance means that we need to build up and to put the accent on our strengths, which is a kind of technological advantage. We need that because simply in our Western democracies we are less populated than in other countries. So we need to preserve technological advantage. These kind of technologies, these technologies which are, again, like I said, dual and need to be mastered by human in the loop, provides an advantage. We cannot neglect that. We need that. But at the end of also, those type of systems, automated with a certain level of autonomy, they can also add mass. They can also add quantity. They can be force multipliers all together for all countries, and both combined protect us better of the danger of tomorrow's world. So we need to take that into account. Those systems there are working positively in the field of technological advantage and a certain of mass that we need to face the danger of tomorrow's world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the rest of you, Mario, do you have a quick response to that question as well?
I'll try to have a quick one.
Yeah.
Okay. We already saw the multiple applications that we can have for autonomous systems. So we should look at autonomous systems as a force multiplier. Here, the multiple applications, of course, they are self-explanatory about how they can bring added value to NATO forces and the allied forces. Maybe I would like to highlight very briefly some challenges and what should be done quickly as possible. That is related with standardization of autonomous systems. Definition of a clear taxonomy that we already saw that is not exactly clear what is an unmanned system or what is a semi-autonomous, what is an autonomous system, and so on. Also to have a common effort on developing and enhancing trusted and explainable artificial intelligence so that we can support the decision makers, our politicians, our military commanders to take decisions in one way or another way, but understanding better what is happening beyond the decision making. And finally, regarding validation, verification, and certification, tools, procedures, and processes that needs to be enhanced, because we are dealing with learning systems, and the ones that we have nowadays don't work.
Okay. Conor Hannigan, do you have further remarks to this question?
Yeah, maybe just a couple of things to add. I mean, the first thing is that from the NATO perspective, an organization with now 31 allies, soon to be 32, that's a tremendous breadth of expertise, of talent, of capital. And so I think there's tremendous opportunity in leveraging that. NATO has new tools to do precisely that, also working with some of the civilian and commercial players that are driving technological development. One is the Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic, and the other one, which is an initiative that Luxembourg has been a critical contributor to, is the NATO Innovation Fund, that's going to provide some of the capital from a public organization perspective to hopefully crowd in private investment to really drive technological adoption in a way that, again, fosters the best technologies that we can use for defense application, but also protects those technologies as well. Maybe the last thing I'll say on this specific point is that there's also a tremendous amount of opportunity for autonomy in responding to capability targets that allied nations have, that are based on a very rigorous process that takes into account the political level of ambition for the organization, the associated military requirements to achieve that level of ambition, and then a very good understanding and division of labor of what the specific capabilities are to be able to meet those requirements. And what we're seeing with autonomy, starting to think about with autonomy, is that this is actually creating some pretty disruptive and innovative ways of meeting those capability targets. I'll give one very quick example. If you're a nation that has responsibility for anti-submarine warfare capabilities, instead of potentially on operations deploying a maritime patrol aircraft and surface ships, which is a very expensive endeavor, an autonomous network of systems that can provide a barrier to detect and track submarines is one very, very good application of still meeting that target, but in a very different manner, and one that is much more cost effective.
Thank you very much. And then last but not least, Pascal Ballinger.
Yes, thank you. A lot of elements have already been mentioned. Autonomous systems or automated systems, but once again, it's not that simple to clearly identify what we're talking about. These systems are very interesting for military forces who have a recruiting problem, and I think that most of us or all of us have these problems. So, as already mentioned, these systems are clearly a force multiplier. They can avoid engaging people in boring tasks like staring at the screen for hours. They can also be used, you mentioned it, they can also be used in dangerous domains where human beings can stay in a secured area, and we send the machine in the dangerous area. We see every day today the impact of artificial intelligence in our daily life. Just look at ChatGPT or artificial intelligence image generators that are very popular today. So refusing to use artificial intelligence in the military domain would be, in my opinion, an error. For me, the line not to cross is the lethality. I cannot accept that an artificial intelligence decides if somebody can live or not.
Thank you very much. And then we are approaching the end of our panel, but we will have one final quick round to my panelists of challenges and wrap up before lunch. And then I will invite you to 30 seconds each, so we will be in time for the countdown, which I have on the screen in front of me. So 30 very sharp seconds about the challenges, because the panels coming after lunch will be about the challenges about lethal autonomous weapon systems, and those are many. And we will also have quick thoughts from the military side. We have heard your views and reflections on the practice and needs for technological advancement by armed forces, but obviously it must be reliable before taken into use. Which are the particular challenges for forces when it comes to validation and certification of autonomous technology? And what is the risk attached to unpredictability, which often is mentioned in the context of autonomous system? How predictable must the system be? Please, then we have Connor first.
Sigrid, I think the key word in that question to me is reliable. And when we think about reliability, I think we're thinking about technology having very specific and explicit use cases that are well defined. And I think the second one is robustness and security measures that are subject to testing across the life cycle of the technology. So I think that's the starting point. When it comes to specific challenges, I would say you've outlined it, and I would articulate it in a bit of a different way. I think the main challenge is that with autonomy, we're dealing with non-determinism, which means that building trust in the technology is very different from how trust would be built with human operators that, in many cases are still subject to qualifications, to following orders through a command chain, and also to understanding, at least in the military context, relevant international law. So I think that is the main challenge, is a bit of first of all, a cultural shift, but obviously as well, very, very important that we put the measures in place to make sure that those processes for testing, evaluation, validation, and verification are very clear and well defined.
Thank you. And then the next 30 seconds goes to Bernard Palleg, please.
I would just have to add on what you just said, Connor, that at the end of the day, we all seek to more strategic autonomy, at least in Europe and NATO. So it means mastering the whole technical data and technical behavior behind those systems. Let them be automated, partially automated, or fully automatic. Like said before, they need to be predictable. So all these challenges, we need to face them together, because at the end of the day, we need to be interoperable. We need to build trust among allies, trust about the technology, and trust in each other. So a common set of rules for certification would probably be necessary, and more than probably be necessary. And that will be the challenge at the end of the day, because we have to share a common set of values and same ethics, the way we define what is acceptable, what is predictable, what is reliable, which brings me back to the beginning of this panel. At the end of the day, we need a common definition of what is human control over those systems. And how together all defense systems among allies share the same values about it.
Thank you very much. And the 2 rounds of final 30 seconds goes first to Colonel Pascal Ballinger.
Yeah, it's a very interesting question. We are on over time, so I will try to be very brief. For me, everything depends on the level of autonomy and the consequence of failure. So when an autonomous system just helps the human being to fulfill a task, and when the failure is not so important, the validation and the certification process may be possible. If the consequence of failure is lethal, then we are talking about something very different. A modern combat vehicle nowadays generates up to 32 terabytes of data a day. 32 terabytes, that's 32 with 12 zeros. So if you imagine that one of these bytes is a fault, if you imagine that this could be lethal, then you see that the certification is really a very difficult process, and nowadays I really cannot imagine that lethal systems could be certified in an armed forces.
Thank you very much. And Mario Martinho, final thoughts on challenges.
Thank you. Maybe in 30 seconds I will put it this way. Regarding validation, verification, and certification, these tools processes, and procedures are urgent. Developers, and we have some of them in this room, they must know against which rules and laws they should design, develop, and test their systems. Without that, they are lost. So it's very important to speed up development of the legal framework, regulation, so that everybody, the end users and the developers, can know what are the rules. Regarding the predictability of the system, I would say that in the short term, the system must be highly reliable and a trusted system. In the longer term, besides that, the system must be explainable. So from the technical perspective, the investment in explainable artificial intelligence is also very important for developing effective and safe autonomous systems.
Thank you very much, and thank you all panelists for sharing your thoughts and views on the military application on little autonomous weapon systems.
Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you, Sigrid, for moderating this wonderful panel discussion. Now, I must say, before lunch, this is yours, I believe, Christian. You left it, so make sure, I promise I haven't looked inside your secret files, but it was left on the panel. I hope you enjoy a wonderful lunch, and we'll be back in here to recommence at 1 p.m. Thank you. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Thank you for being on time. I want us to try to start on time because I know some people have to drive to various places this evening, and they also have to take flights to various countries. So just as a way of introduction, welcome to the afternoon session. Welcome to those still with us online. It's a shame you can't be here in person, but that's good for the climate. Now, our next panel session is going to be regulating autonomous weapons on national and international level. And I will introduce the panel, but I'm just going to wait a couple more minutes to try to hopefully reach the outside room so that more people can come in so they don't miss the beginning of the panel. And so, for those of you here present, please welcome to the stage the moderator for the event, which is Joanna Puskás, researcher on artificial intelligence for the United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research, UNIDIR. Usman Noor, Government Relations Manager for Stop Killer Robots. Neil Davison, Senior Scientific and Policy Advisor for the Legal Division Arms Unit of the ICRC. Ingvild Bode, who is the Associate Professor of International Relations at the University of Southern Denmark. Andreas Bilgeri, who is Counselor and Disarmament Expert at the Federal Ministry for European and International Affairs from Austria. And finally, Matthijs Vermaten, Policy Officer for Security Policy Department, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the Netherlands. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. Okay, this is working. So good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a nice lunch break and are ready to restart. My name is Joanna Puskás. I'm a researcher on AI, as mentioned, at the United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research in Geneva. And I'm truly honored and pleased to be here today at this important conference and this important conversation on regulating autonomous weapon systems on national and international level. So we are now, as mentioned repeatedly yesterday and also today, we are nearing now a decade of discussions at the multilateral level on the implications of autonomy in weapon systems. While our understanding of the risks of this technology has definitely and consistently evolved over the years and expanded, so have the technology's capabilities at the same time. So against the backdrop of this, of an evolving technology, there have been many calls for regulation or setting some kinds of limits on development and use of autonomous systems. In this panel, we will discuss and we will explore the topic of regulation and unpack some of the critical challenges linked to regulation at the national and international level. So I will not introduce the panelists, they have already been introduced, and I think we can just dive in directly. To help us frame a bit the discussion and to kick us off, let's start with a pretty basic but still fundamental question. Why do we need to regulate autonomous weapons? Or aren't they, as some countries will say, aren't they regulated already by existing international law? What sort of unique challenges do they pose for compliance with international law? And for this, I would like to go first to Neil from ICRC to kick us off.
Thank you, Joanna, and good afternoon, everyone. It's quite hard to see up here, the audience, but anyway, so I hope people are out there somewhere. So, I mean, just to start off, I think I'd just start off with, we had quite a lot of discussion this morning about what is an autonomous weapon, and I think, at least from ICRC's perspective, we have quite a clear idea about what we're talking about. We're talking about weapons that, once activated, they select and apply force to targets without human intervention. So it's essentially some kind of encoding or profile that triggers the weapon based on its interaction with the environment. And that is sort of fundamentally a process that raises challenges because the underlying concern actually is the user of that weapon, by definition, doesn't choose the specific target that will ultimately be struck, or the precise time and place that will take that attack will take place. And that, I mean, that inherently creates a challenge in terms of controlling the effects of weapons. which I think at just a basic level is a sort of humanitarian concern. I mean, in order to ensure civilians are protected, including also humanitarian organizations that are operating, there needs to be sufficient control over the effects of weapons. And weapons that function in that way, that are autonomous in targeting, do raise a challenge there. And then there's the legal dimension. Where a person uses a weapon that isn't autonomous, where they select a specific target, they in a better position actually to judge and apply the rules of humanitarian law that they must do in a specific attack. So they must, distinguish between civilians and legitimate military targets. They must assess the risk to civilians in terms of proportionality. They must take precautions. These are all things that are more difficult to do if you don't know ultimately where the weapon will land, who or what it will strike. So, that's a challenge. And it essentially means you need very strict constraints. Already under existing law, there are strict constraints on how you can use weapons that function in that way. And then, the other issue that's come up is, of course, the ethical dimension that's been raised earlier. There is a fundamental, I think, concern, discomfort that's quite widely felt in societies about sort of leaving life and death decisions to machines, and that's particularly acute in the case of certain types of autonomous weapons, particularly anti-personnel autonomous weapons, for example. So, a few initial comments. Thanks.
Thank you, Usman. Can you perhaps pick up from there and share your thoughts on also from the campaign's perspective? Sure. How do you view? Why do you consider regulation essential?
Sure. Is this on? Yes. Well, the bottom line on autonomous weapon systems is it's machines replacing humans in the application of force. When on the battlefield we have soldiers that need to make decisions about when, where, or against what force is going to be applied, that is now going to be replaced by sensors and the processing of sensor data to make those decisions. So the human commander or officer is not going to be having control over those key decisions. So what we're actually doing is making redundant or dismissing or undermining the actual importance of military officers. We are saying that your experience, your expertise, your intuition, your understanding of ethics, your understanding of law doesn't matter anymore because we have people in tech who are going to be making all those decisions for you. That is deeply uncomfortable. What we're actually saying with the Stop Killer Robots campaign is a very conservative position about respecting the role of military commanders in warfare. What does meaningful human control mean in practice? We need to have systems where the operator can predict the effects of the attack, where they can understand what's going to happen, they can explain what the system is actually doing. We talked about reliability, we need traceability. These are all very conservative concepts that we actually already have in the way that we conduct warfare, and concepts that we're actually losing through a process of autonomy. So what we're saying is let's enshrine things that we already have and not be in a race to lose all of these aspects of the importance of the human role in warfare. But I also want to comment a little bit beyond the battlefield, because I know the CCW discussions have primarily been focused on the battlefield, but autonomous weapon systems are going to proliferate way beyond contexts of armed conflict. We're seeing autonomous weapon systems potentially being used in border control. We talked about distinction between enemy combatants and civilians. How are we going to have autonomous weapon systems being able to make distinctions between a victim of human trafficking and a person who is eligible for asylum under the Refugee Convention, or a person with serious mental health problems, or a person who's trying to come across a border to unite with their family? These are all decisions that require human judgment, human engagement with human dignity. We can't displace this essential role of human decision-making through autonomy. And I also want to say we've been assuming that when we use autonomous weapon systems that we actually have an intention to comply with the law. That's not necessarily going to be true. What if we have a state that doesn't want to comply with the law? What if we have an invading state that doesn't really care about the law? What if we have, and it was mentioned yesterday in Dr. Shah's comments, civilians who go into schools and do gun violence? Imagine if we had a civilian with an autonomous weapon system who wants to do a massacre in a school and has an autonomous weapon system that is able to target people of a particular color. Activate the system, walk away, Everyone in that school with a certain shade of skin color is now dead. This is the type of questions that we need to be asking, and unfortunately in the CCW discussions, they haven't been addressed whatsoever, and this is why we've been saying we need to broaden the discussions massively. We've been extremely constrained in the discussions in the CCW. This is going to have serious impacts for all of humanity, social impacts. And it's no wonder why so many states have been saying we've got international law, human rights law that need to be looked into. We've got environmental issues. We've got social issues. We've got security issues. So let's be serious about the problem that we have, and let's hurry up about solving them.
Thank you, Usman. So to sort of pick up on that a bit, Ingvild, moving on just from the concerns related to international law or compliance with the law, what other sort of challenges can we imagine autonomous weapon systems posing for international peace and security, broadly speaking? So that when we talk about regulation, we understand it more holistically why exactly we were talking about regulation in this domain, and it's perhaps not just strictly about the law, but more than that. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, thank you, Jana. So I think there are two things I would like to say. One is about kind of more the macro level of this question, which is kind of about potential for unintended escalation of conflicts due to the unexpected ways or unpredictable ways in which OSS might react when in operation, both in terms of kind of particular systems, but also in terms of how systems interact. So let me illustrate this by giving you a concrete example. You may have heard of loitering munitions, so a type of uncrewed aerial system that uses sensor-based analysis to search for, dwell over, and attack targets. So such systems, for example, the Cargo 2 or the Lancet 3, just to name two that you might have heard from the news. So they are currently operated with a human authorizing the release of force, but most loitering munitions appear to have a latent capability to engage targets without requiring human authorization. So if loitering munitions would be used as an all, so without further human authorization after having been activated, anything within their operational radius, which can be quite large. Some of the systems that we see used at the moment can kind of fly up to 50 kilometers and stay in air for up to 6 hours. So anything within that radius of that system that matches their pre-programmed target profile can become a target to the system. And if a system operates completely autonomously, of course, then there's no way there's no human verifying particular targets that the system might attack. So you can see the kind of potential for escalation there quite clearly. I think also generally, I'd just like to remark secondly to what happens actually in the absence of regulation. So at the moment, of course, we have IHL in place, although there are uncertainties to how exactly IHL applies to us. But I think also there, because we have no specific regulations, but we have actually a number of states already using various systems that are maybe not fully autonomous, but they use autonomy in targeting, such as the ones I just described. So in the absence of specific regulation, it basically means that practices of using these systems will set certain precedents, for what counts as, or for what states consider as appropriate ways of using the systems, including appropriate qualities or forms of human control. And I think that is very problematic and very dangerous if we allow this kind of process happening without actually setting very clear moral, ethical, and legal standards as to what quality of human control should look like to govern the use of these systems. Because otherwise we just kind of end up accepting whatever kind of emerges from practice as a de facto way of using these systems.
Thank you. So still we are discussing about regulation as in a way something that is not really yet there yet in terms of legally binding instruments, but discussions at the GG in Geneva have still progressed in some important ways, and we still have a few interesting and important developments over the years. But I will turn it now to our two state representatives today in the room who are also very familiar with the process. So Andreas and Matthijs, can you perhaps, Andreas, I'll ask you first to give us a brief recap of where the GG allows is today, what is really the state of the discussions, and help us frame a bit the discussion moving forward.
Yes, thank you. We've heard about the GG laws, I think, already yesterday from Paul Schare, and also today there were several references on the process, what it does, where it leads to, and I think I tried to explain now a little bit where we are. I also heard that yesterday someone described it as a depressing place, and that might be true to some extent. If I would need to give an assessment right now, I would say we are currently in a quite good place and at the same time in a quite bad place in the GGE on laws, and I will try to explain this now a little bit. Also building up maybe on the previous discussion where we had like the military viewpoint on the discussion on autonomous weapon systems, I think something that we have to highlight is that in these 10 years of discussions in Geneva, to many years of them in the format of the GGE, we have also progressed more or less our viewpoints on what actually is something, what we are actually talking about. I mean, we have specified our discussion from a discussion where there have been concerns about banning autonomy in military applications altogether, and we have moved on to something that is more of a functional approach. This is something that has progressed over the years. There is more of a common understanding. At the beginning, I think in the GGE, I have not been there at that point, there have been many misunderstandings of this kind, where people thought that we want to ban a whole category of weapons, the progressive countries, and there has been some resistance. But by now we really have an understanding in the GGE, and this is also some kind of progress, that we are talking here about a function, autonomy as a function in military applications, a system in a system that can have many different uses and also many different effects. And also that we are here talking about something that we have to mitigate. I mean, that we have risks that are clearly evolving from this kind of autonomy, from the autonomy that is included in different kind of weapon systems, and that we are not talking about a Terminator, and that we are not trying to ban Iron Dome. We are way past beyond that. And this is also, I think, important to acknowledge. Then about the progress. I mean, why are we in a good place? Why are the discussions actually quite promising at the moment? I think this has something to do that has also been mentioned before. I think kind of a general zeitgeist that there is a problem with artificial intelligence, that we have to rein in technology. That there are obvious benefits, but at the same time, there are problems, there are risks that we have to address. And this has been already been discussed not only in the GGE laws, but also in many other different international organizations since some years. The European Union has been mentioned, UNESCO is quite advanced, as is the Council of Europe. And this kind of spirit, I think, has led to a situation where, especially in the past 2 years, countries have developed their positions, and this is something that has been mentioned by the minister. It's the civil society, it's the parliaments, it's the pressure from the public, the informed public on these kind of issues that has progressed, in particular the European positions. So in the last 2 years, we have seen under the current mandate, the last 2-year mandates have been quite similar, really some progress in state positions. There has been a large number of working papers, and if you look at all of them, and this has been also mentioned quite a few times in the last discussions in the GGE, there are many commonalities. There are a lot of differences still. We have to spell it out. There, especially the issue of the format, need any instrument to be legally binding or not. But the commonalities are there. There's a recognition of the problems, of the risks, and we also have testimony to that. We, Austria, we had the privilege to read out a joint statement in the General Assembly last year, supported by 70 states, which is a large number, that recognized many of the problems and that there are needs to be addressed, and that the human element is central in this use of force. So in general, there are the commonalities, they are there. There is a lot of substance and a lot of development in the GGE laws to build up on. But then, sorry, I have to hurry up. But then again, we have states who are not seeing it in this way, and there is the principle of consensus in the GGE on laws. Something that has been missing maybe a little bit in today's discussion is that, of course, autonomous weapon systems are a huge military advantage. If you're a responsible military state that is really looking into implementation of IHL, you're hitting some roadblocks by nature, but many states also see this as a revolution in military warfare that can actually turn the tides of global security and global power balance. And that is why there is a lot of hesitance to actually move forward. Some states, it's only a small number, are blocking the progress. in the GG on laws, and this is the reason why we are in a bad place. The consensus principle cannot be overcome overnight. We are having a serious problem there. And in the next years, will have, or next months, I have to say, we'll have to look how we can progress, how can we harvest the commonalities that we have, and how can we actually move forward. And this is something maybe we discuss in the further panel.
Thank you. Matthijs?
Yes, thank you, Iona, and thank you very much to Luxembourg for organizing this conference. Andreas already said a lot about the current state in the GG laws. So I totally agree, the discussions there are very difficult. They've been going on for a long time, for 10 years now. But I also think we're moving into a good direction. So I see a lot of difference between the GG laws in 2022, for instance, and the discussions we had in March, which were very positive. Maybe something about the two-tier approach. So the main questions for the GG laws are, of course, the substance. Where are we talking about? What are the issues with autonomous weapon systems? And what is the way we need to move forward? What do we need to regulate these kind of systems? And we see a growing convergence in the last 2 years or something about what needs to happen. So that's really a key question. And the two-tier process, well, we need to prohibit some systems and we need to regulate others. And now in the GG we have different groups, different proposals of how we need to do that, what form these kind of measures need to take. But I see a lot of motion, also in state positions, but also between groups, growing convergence to what needs to happen. So I'm quite hopeful. Thank you.
Thank you. So actually to both of you, Andreas and Matthijs, because you provided an outline of where the discussions are today, and you seem to be fairly optimistic that we are heading in some sort of a positive direction. But when you talk, for example, about the two-tier approach or just other substantive progress that has been made, it still doesn't really tell us exactly how to move forward in a very concrete and realistic way. So if we could just drill down a bit further here to really explore a bit in more depth this question, how can we really regulate? What are the concrete steps, or what is the roadmap to regulating autonomous weapon systems from your delegation's perspective, for example, as countries that are very active in the discussions? How do you view the actual progress happening and moving forward? Maybe I'll hand it back to Andreas and then to Matthijs again.
Thank you. I think currently we are at the crossroads in the GG on laws. We see the commonalities, we see the convergence. We could move forward, we could, and I think we heard it already this morning, we could go into negotiations. We could have a mandate where we actually walk towards a protocol to the CCW. But probably, or most likely, there will be some states who will be against it. What we need to do and how do we overcome this in the long run, I think this is kind of the thing we need to think about, especially here in this kind of conferences, and as we did, or as the Latin American states did in the conference of Costa Rica. Build alliances, search commonalities, talk to each other, have kind of those states who are actually concerned about the humanitarian impact and the IHL impact of those kind of autonomous weapon systems. They have to come together, reach a common understanding, and kind of try to overcome the roadblocks, the resistance of those states who are not having the same of, let's say, democratic understanding, as we also heard this morning, on how to address these risks that we are facing.
Yeah, so maybe something to add on the concrete steps. So I think a growing number of countries believes that we finally need a legally binding instrument. Of course, the discussions about that topic are still sensitive, difficult. So maybe some steps in between. For this year, we need a substantive report. So we really need to catch the convergence I was talking about into a final substantive report as a kind of basis for further negotiations. And I already told that we agree on the two-tier approach, so we need prohibitions and we need regulations. This can also be something that can be reflected in a future mandate. So now the mandate is very general. We need to consider proposals, and we're doing that. and we're making progress on that. But now it's time to move on and go into the concrete measures we need. So a substantive report would be very helpful. And then what could be an intermediate step as well is some kind of non-binding document or declaration. It could be a viable and useful intermediate step. However, it can also be a risk, of course, because we need to be careful not to hinder or to slow the progress towards a legally binding instrument. So we not need to see this as an end goal. Yeah, that's.
Thank you. Usman, I will ask you the same question. So from your perspective, what is the roadmap to regulating autonomous weapon systems? How do we really, how should we get there?
Sure. If I may comment a little bit on the CCW. I've been in Geneva for 3 years. I've attended all the GGE meetings, and I've been privileged to be able to engage with the diplomatic community over there. Apart from the procedural difficulties of getting consensus at the end of the meeting, what I found in my discussions in Geneva is that the actual policy discussions are diluted and basically projected in order to appease the weakest person in the room. Everyone's concerned about what Russia might do, whether or not they would agree with their position. And it's infuriating that states are not actually putting the principled position forward. And so even before the discussions have begun, states are offering positions that are already very diluted in the first place. And what this does is gives enormous leverage to Russia. At the July GGE meeting, we had a draft report that was quite good. States were engaging positively with that draft report. It had lines on prohibition, lines on regulations. States, for 4 days, were engaging constructively with that text. And then on Friday, states went behind closed doors, civil society wasn't invited, and then the report came back with nothing. None of that substance was there, and about 10 minutes to 6, we were told, here's the report, take it or leave it, and then we went to another room. Civil society was not really welcome in that room, and then eventually everyone backed down and agreed. And so it's an infuriating situation where states are not actually able to offer what they really believe in. And I want to also say the fault is not just Russia's. When we look at the states that are actually in favor of a legally binding instrument, that have actually projected a bold and positive political vision, it's states in Latin America, it's states in Africa, and it's states in Asia. And it's been deeply disappointing for me, from the UK, to see how conservative and regressive European states have been. European states should be standing up for the rule of law, should be standing up for human rights, should be standing up for disarmament. That's what we say that we do. Why is it that Europe is basically the only region that is not really advancing on a legally binding instrument? Present company excluded, Netherlands and Austria are exceptions, and 1 or 2 others. But it's, you know, why is leadership coming from the rest of the world? And why is Europe so slow? We had the Berlin Communiqué, great injection of momentum from there. We've got the African group on disarmament saying we need a legally binding instrument. The Middle Eastern group saying we need a legally binding instrument. Asian states saying the same. Europe, we're not so sure. How does that reconcile with your position about sticking up for the rule of law? So what we need is for European states to take political leadership, stick up for what you say you're going to stick up for, and actually begin negotiations and set standards for the rest of us.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I think I would like to move a bit to move the discussion to a bit more focused look at some of the discussions that some of the key areas that have emerged in recent discussions at the GG on laws, for example, but also in other domains about how, if we are to regulate autonomous weapon systems, where do we start, and to what extent do we need to characterize them in order to regulate their development and use? So essentially, what key characteristics of autonomous weapon systems have to be articulated in order to regulate their development and use? So I will turn first to Andreas for this, to share a few thoughts on essentially what exactly do we need to characterize about these weapon systems, and following from that, regulate.
Yes, thank you for having another question. I pointed at this already a little bit before, and I tried to be short. this is, of course, our national position, but I think this has also emerged a little bit in the GG laws. There are different views if we need characteristics of different definitions or not. As I mentioned, we are following like a functional approach. We don't think that we need a precise definition to move forward for negotiation and for a prohibition, but we should actually look at the function. Autonomy as a function in different kind of systems and the effects that it has. And the risks and challenges, of course, that come with it. The problem is if you have a detailed technical definition, we might have the risk that technological development might outdate this. If we say this is a lethal autonomous weapon system or autonomous weapon systems, technological process and also the way how those kind of weapon systems will be used might overcome the realities. So that's why we need quite an open and a flexible definition. And attempts at having a concrete characterization and definition have been, we've seen them in the GGN laws, and it's a very difficult discussion as well, I have to say. I think the most common denominator for many countries is the definition by the ICRC as kind of a working definition, but in the end we need to stay flexible and open.
Thank you. And actually, I want to precisely move, turn to Neil now, precisely for this. So ICRC has, and also you, Neil, have written a lot about this. When we talk about regulating autonomous weapon systems, what should be the scope of that regulation? So what exactly gets to be regulated? The use, or should the regulation focus on levels of autonomy, or how exactly are we proceeding with defining the scope of these regulations?
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I think first, you have to have some sense of the scope of what's being regulated, and then, of course, some scope within that, what type of specific prohibitions and regulations you apply. I mean, I think when thinking about the general scope, the way we've always thought about it for many years now is what is a scope that distinguishes autonomous weapons from non-autonomous weapons, and that's the scope that I outlined just earlier. What is a scope that captures all potential weapons of humanitarian concern? And what is a scope that's actually, along the lines of what Andreas was saying, functional, so it's not linked to a specific technology, so it will actually, if applied to regulation, it will be applicable in the long term. And I think there are quite a number of states and others that have quite a similar sense of that scope. I think it's actually a choice to take it. I think one concern has been, one thing to emphasize is it doesn't mean everything within that scope would be prohibited. That's a very important point to recognize. I think it's setting the broad scope of what is to be regulated, and then within that, as the panelists this morning set out, establishing what are the red lines, what should be prohibited. And we've made clear recommendations that autonomous weapons that target humans directly should be prohibited. And we've made recommendations that autonomous weapons that what we would describe as unpredictable should be prohibited. And you could think here, I'll give you a clear example, a weapon system, an autonomous weapon system that changes the way in which its targeting functions after deployment, during use. Just from a purely legal perspective, you're going to have a problem with that as soon as you've switched it on with your legal review, and your testing, is that still valid? So that's something that you would see as certainly unlawful already. But it's good to clarify that. And more broadly, I think there are question marks. I mean, ICRC's urged caution about the use of AI in any weapon systems, but when you add AI into an autonomous weapon system, you're sort of adding another layer where you're potentially looking at a weapon system that's unpredictable by design. So, going back to what I was saying about what distinguishes an autonomous weapon, the user doesn't choose the target because that's triggered by the weapon system itself. So you may have a weapon system now where the user doesn't trigger the target, and the developer and user actually doesn't know exactly how it works either, if it's controlled by certain of today's machine learning techniques. So I think that's really something that the states should look at. So those are I would say, the two clear red lines. On regulations, then we made some specific recommendations. I think you see that across the different proposals from states, from civil society, from academia. about certain types of limits. We've highlighted 4 limits on the types of targets. We're recommending restrict it to typical military objects, incoming missiles, tanks, that's current practice. Limits on the time and space and scale of operation, that constrains the risks I was talking about in terms of applying the law, constraining the effects. Not using them where civilians are present. If you don't know where something lands, then it's difficult to protect civilians, so you need to take measures to ensure there aren't civilians there. And then also, and again, many of these things come from existing military practice in things like autonomous air defense systems, where there's a person supervising that system who can also intervene and turn it off. And that's, I think, necessary also from a military safety perspective. When I talk to militaries who, those who've been operating these type of systems, they're very cautious about when they might turn it onto autonomous mode, including because they don't want to shoot their own ships or aircraft. So these are some of the things that we've been recommending.
Thank you. And of course, this ties in very well with what was also mentioned earlier today about human control. So a lot of the discussions when we talk about regulations or prohibitions touch upon human control and how to define human control in this conversation. And Matthias, I'll turn to you to ask if you can explain for our audience how exactly is the idea or the goal of human control reflected in the two-tier approach, also because you just mentioned it. So in this approach, how does human control or the human element, as some proposals refer to it, how does it reflect essentially in the discussions?
Yes, thank you. And I think that's a really important question because human control is to us really central in the two-tier approach. So the two-tier approach is all about using a weapon system in line with international law and prohibiting those systems that cannot be used in line with international law. And human control really covers the specific problems for autonomous weapons under international law. So we still want a human to be in control of the use of force to comply with international law. And we see human control in, I think, all the different proposals, sometimes in different forms, different definitions. But this is really something we can all agree on and can be a clear distinction, a really a general principle for future regulations. So maintaining human control can guide the compliance for IHL, and maybe two short examples. The principle of precaution. So humans need to ensure via, for instance, spatial and temporal limits that we take the necessary precautions when using force. So that's when human control applies to IHL. And a second example can be the rule of proportionality. So we think that the judgment of a human is needed to balance judgment for incidental loss of civilian life, injury to civilians, or damage to civilian objects against the anticipated concrete direct military advantage. So this is inherently a judgment for humans to make. So human control can really be a central principle in the distinction between what systems we want to have and what we want to prohibit.
Thank you. Neil, sorry, I want to circle back to you just to perhaps not close the discussion on human control because, of course, it remains essential and it will come up again. But from your perspective, how can we assess, or what is the benchmark for assessing that human control is sufficient, for example, or appropriate?
Well, I mean, the way we look at human control is about control over the effects, over the use of force in specific attacks. And there are minimum requirements under the law for that, and there are also ethical considerations that feed in. But ultimately, it's about operationalizing that in practice with certain constraints. And I think it goes back to what I was saying already about certain types of specific limitations on those weapon systems that are regulated and certain types of prohibitions on other systems. Those are effectively the measures by which you operationalize human control, make it practicable and implement it.
Thank you. Now, Ingvild, I'll turn back to you. you already alluded to this a bit in your introductory remarks earlier. So we don't have a legally binding instrument on autonomous weapon systems, and we're perhaps very far from such an instrument. But what other governance options are possible in the absence of anything legally binding? How can we constructively move forward, and what is your assessment of this?
Yes, thank you. I mean, I think at the national level, there's of course possibilities for all states to set up very principled or spell out principled national guidelines, right, on how these states want to integrate or not, or limit autonomy in weapon systems. So I think that is something every state can do, and if that would be spelled out, I think clearly by the states at the CCW and beyond, that would be a big step forward. And then you can go a step further, rather than just spelling out these kind of principles, also go really into the operationalization, as Neil was kind of talking about, you know. So I think we've seen, for example, a couple of states publishing responsible AI principles, also with regard to the military realm, and I think that's a good first step. But then, of course, these principles are quite general, right? So we have reliable AI, predictable AI, explainable AI, governable AI, used in responsible manner. All this is positive and good, but then what does this actually mean in practice? And I think that's where really the work has to start more, really getting into the weeds of that, right? And that also includes human control. And I think there are ways of kind of ensuring that human control is meaningful rather than nominal. One of the big issues, I think, is digital literacy, you know, so that if we think about a military wanting to integrate not even fully autonomous systems, but also just kind of weapon systems integrating autonomy, that will require a human operator to interact with the system on a regular basis. That also means a different type of skill set on the part of the human operators to ensure that they actually understand the functionality of the system, maybe also understand the known system weaknesses, that they understand, that they know when to kind of have a healthy kind of distrust of the system, but also maybe when to trust it. So I think there's a lot of literature in academia, not just in my field, political science, but also in human factor analysis, right? So these are not necessarily new issues, right? I think there's a lot we can learn in terms of really operationalizing these principles and going further in terms of really spelling out, right, what meaningful human control, appropriate human control, whatever you want to use, means in that sense. And I think, of course, these kind of can serve as really important interim measures on the way to legally binding rules. And it could also kind of just ensure more transparency and knowledge. And that's kind of what I want to close with, actually, because we heard a bit about growing public awareness. But I think even if you're a critical member of the public, it's very hard, actually, to wrap your head around what kind of systems are already out there that use autonomous functionalities and targeting, and to get kind of any reliable information about these systems that will then allow you actually to build a good understanding of the state of the art in the field. So I think what we would also need is kind of a bit more transparency from states, especially democratic states that we find ourselves in, to actually spell out what kind of autonomous functionalities are already in use, right? And what is the specific role of the human operator in interacting with these systems.
Thank you. So I'm mindful of the time because we have only 4 minutes left. I will move a bit. I will ask you to be very brief now for the remaining questions. So, Ingvild, you mentioned actually the importance of having more transparency and looking a bit more broadly at what capabilities exist and so on. But for example, when we go back to the topic of regulation in the civilian field, we see a bit more progress, and we see more regulatory sort of frameworks being developed and implemented. So, how can insights from other fields how can they inform our thinking about regulating autonomous weapon systems? And are such conversations important? Are they relevant, or are they a distraction, and we should really stick to discussing the military field separately in a way? Or what can we borrow from what we see in other domains? So I'll maybe ask, Andreas, please.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I think it has been mentioned by by Paul yesterday. I mean, we have been ahead of our time with the discussions in the GGE or in the CCW, but by now we have been overtaken by the civilian sector. I mean, in the past 5 years, there has been significant discussions about this in different fora, and I think, as it has mentioned also this morning, this will speed up enormously. Now with the ChatGPT shock, as we could call it, and I think even some national parliaments, the US Congress have started discussions about how to regulate and how to mitigate the risks. So in the end, it will be us who have to catch up with the civilian regulation again. What is useful, what we have seen there, I mean, are more or less concepts and the risks that are similar to some extent. I mean, it has been mentioned that the nominal human control, the problem of automation bias, that a human operator will just click yes if the system asks him something. I mean, this is something that really has to be addressed with education measures, especially when it's about life and death measures, and this is actually the meaningful human control. Just having human control by pressing a button is no meaningful human control. Then in general, bias, racial bias, gender bias, that is fed into algorithms, that comes from the civilian sector and is applicable in the military sector as elsewhere. And then, of course, something that has also been discussed this morning, the black box problem. If we have a system that develops itself, self-learning capabilities that are set out into the field, that are operating on the battlefield, that are evolving their learning, that are changing their algorithms, that is a game changer in every aspect. And even without the self-learning capabilities, we have the black box problem that the operators, and sometimes not even the developers, might be able to understand what kind of system they are operating here, especially in strange situations. One more thing about other fora, maybe. I'm aware of the time, but there's one thing that we have maybe also to mention. I mean, there are also issues that are not discussed in the CCW context. I mean, we tried to bring in the topic of human rights multiple times into the discussion, which is also a very, very important topic in this context. We, together with Panama, we had initiated a resolution in the Human Rights Council last year, more or less also because we could not discuss it in the CCW. And there are other topics that are not really covered in our current discussions, like the proliferation issue. I mean, the ways how non-state actors would be using autonomous weapon systems. So there are some blind spots in the CCW that have to address maybe elsewhere in the Human Rights Council or somewhere else. Then there's also the problem of participation. I mean, the CCW is a very good forum for this kind of discussion, but it only has 126 high contracting parties. That's not the whole world. That's a third is missing. And this is also something that we have to look at some point, because the problem is concerning us all.
Okay, thank you. We'll wrap up in 2 minutes, I promise. But just to have a final 2 questions, sort of also building what Andreas mentioned. So, because there have been a lot of regional initiatives and some regional progress in a way, but in parallel to what has been happening at the multilateral level, how do you see strengths or also potential pitfalls in this? I guess this is perhaps. I'll turn to Matthijs for this, but also Usman, because you mentioned it earlier. So where do you see strengths, but also potentially risks in having fragmented or regional approaches?
Yeah, well, I think for the strengths, so it's of course potentially easier to reach consensus when you're talking with a smaller group of countries in the regions, and it can be a very strong signal also in the CCW, in the UN, to have a regional position. And the conference in Costa Rica is of course a good example. Then about the pitfalls, maybe 2 or 3. So questions regarding disarmament and IHL are often universal, so you want to discuss this with as broad a group of countries as possible. Therefore, an instrument in the UN would be more effective, maybe, which covers all regions. And you can also cover all the specific issues within all the regions. So this all comes together in the UN, in the CCW. And of course, you want to involve all the technology holders. So all the technology holders in the different regions are all present in the CCW. So I think that's a really important reason why the CCW is still very valuable. Yeah, I think that those are the main pitfalls.
So very quickly, the only way for us to avoid fragmented approaches to this issue is to begin negotiations. It's been said so many times, if we have things that need to be resolved, we have to negotiate. We've been having discussions for 10 years. Time for intensive discussions is over. We have a serious problem. Sit down at the table, resolve our differences, begin negotiations now on a legally binding instrument.
Thank you. And a very final question perhaps for Ingvild. I will turn this to you. Because we're in this beautiful venue in Luxembourg, what are your thoughts? I mean, having studied so much the way governance has been happening in this field, and looking also at what several countries have been doing in this domain, how do you think countries like Luxembourg can influence international discussions? And if you can just share a few thoughts in 10 seconds.
Okay, credit for order. I mean, I think the key really is to spell out a very principled Luxembourg position on establishing really clear red lines for Luxembourg, and actually coming with that position very clearly into discussions at the GGE, but also in interactions with diplomatic counterparts around Europe. Because I think at the moment, I think states, and that doesn't just include Luxembourg, but all states are kind of left with one of two options. Either you become part of a norm-setting process, and can kind of shape norms governing and hopefully regulating laws, or if you stay out of this process, then you become a norm taker of norms potentially discussed or made in practice by other actors that you're not happy with, and that might be problematic. So I think it's really kind of a key concern, right? So either you become active yourselves, or you become accepting of norms that are made without your input.
And just to add here, I mean, Luxembourg is doing exactly the right thing at this very moment. I mean, with this conference, and as has Costa Rica done before, this is exactly what small states can do, how they can have an impact, and how they can change the world a little.
Thank you very much, and I'm really sorry for having run out of time by 4 minutes. Thank you very much to all our panelists for sharing your insights. Thank you all for your interest in this panel. And with this, I would think I will close it because I don't want to take more from your coffee break. But thank you all very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the panel as well. You mentioned Costa Rica, and I think most people are trying to find a way to get to Costa Rica. I think Christian, more than anybody, is having his number taken for various Costa Rican trips. 15 minutes, and we are trying to adhere to time so that people can catch flights. Thank you. 2:10. Hello, everyone. I'm just going to talk to myself for a little while to encourage people to come in. I know the coffee break is very important, and I know there are queues, so I'm just going to talk. Hello, everybody online. It's really wonderful to have you online with us as well. Now, nobody wants to mix the next section. It is going to be moderated by a friend of mine, actually, from Luxembourg, which is Professor Dr. Sergio Coronado. Please come to the stage. Sergio, I will call you Sergio. I know you in a completely different light. I know you from the Luxembourg Tech School, but today he's wearing a different hat, one of his many hats in Luxembourg, which is that as CIO of NATO Support and Procurement Agency based here in Luxembourg. And this Friday, it will be his 20th year anniversary with NATO. So congratulations, you're an absolute stalwart of NATO. Joining him on stage is Dr. Grégoire Danoy. Please welcome Grégoire to the stage, research scientist at the University of Luxembourg. There we go, Grégoire. We also have Pierrette Pernic, who is a researcher at NATO's Cooperative Cyber Defense Center for Excellence. Another stalwart of Luxembourg, very present on the scene, Pascal Steichen, who is founder and CEO of Luxembourg House of Cybersecurity. And last but not least, of course, we have John Piergis, who is a computer scientist and founder at Sky Angels. I'm hoping John is present. I think John is enjoying the coffee break. Well, whilst John continues to join the coffee break, shall I go and fetch John? Or shall we?
And wait 2 minutes.
You go and get John, Michael. And meanwhile, Sergio will tell you all about something interesting because he has many interesting ideas.
Thank you, Lisa, as usual. So thank you for reminding me there will be 20 years working for NATO, so serving to NATO, which basically after a year and a half now we exist, so that's a reality on something very negative. But let me start warming up this panel. We saw yesterday from Dr. Charest's keynote speak, and also from today's panel, that it's difficult, actually it's very difficult to regulate the technology that is advancing very fast. And Paul's words, he said yesterday, at an unprecedented pace, actually meaning we even don't know how fast is even this technology developing. In this panel, we are looking at the technical considerations when trying to regulate autonomous weapon systems. Questions like how to operationalize norms, principles, and rules in autonomous weapon systems. One of the challenges is about encoding regulation and laws in AI systems. How can rules be technically implemented in an algorithm, in a machine learning model, in a software? Let me give you one example. In the international humanitarian law, we have a rule, which is Rule 35, which says, directing an attack against a zone established to shelter the wounded, the sick civilians from the effects of hostilities is prohibited. Very clear rule, basically. You cannot target a hospital. But then the question is how we can implement this rule in an autonomous weapon system. That then the system is not targeting hospitals. And how we can verify that this, or to confirm that this was actually really implemented in this system. We have a very interesting panel here today with different experts and different profiles and different background. We have already engaged 2 weeks ago online, so we already have been warming up for 2 weeks. We will have no time to share all the dynamics and the very interesting discussions we had. But I'm going to start the discussion by asking each of them to briefly introduce themselves in the context of this panel, which is about technical challenge versus norms and regulation. So let me start with Grégoire here on my left.
Okay, Thank you very much, Sergio, and thank you for inviting me to this exciting panel. So I'm Grégoire Danlois, research scientist and the deputy head of the Parallel Computing and Optimization Group here at the University of Luxembourg. So I'm an academic, and for the past 10 years, most of my research has been targeted towards developing AI models for swarms of autonomous unmanned systems, like UAVs, for instance. And this with civil applications, but also military applications through projects financed, for instance, by the EDA or also by the US Navy, US Air Force. Another part of my research lifetime is nowadays also involved in some educational and also research program together with the ILNAS, with this Luxembourg research body, national research body, standards body, sorry, where basically, so we focus nowadays on technical standards for terrestrial sea, ICT, aerospace, and construction.
Thank you. Piret, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm very pleased to be here. And my name is Piret Pernik. I work as a researcher at NATO Cooperative Cyber Center of Excellence based in Tallinn. And the last decade, I've been researching cybersecurity issues. And my background is also in national defense policy planning.
Thank you. Pascal?
Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me for this conference about this quite actual topic. And so my name is Pascal Steich, and I'm the CEO of the Luxembourg House of Cybersecurity. So we concentrate on the technical aspects, on the cybersecurity elements. And what we definitely see is that there is not a merge, but a collaboration between cybersecurity and cyber defense. And so these topics really are being discussed on both sides, civil and military, especially when it comes to AI and these kind of things. And at the European level, I recently got a role of the European Cybersecurity Competence Center, which is financing or which is managing the different financing mechanisms when it comes to cybersecurity. And also there, AI, but also dual-use technology is on the agenda, and it's really important to have this collaboration or the discussions between civil and military, and voilà, so I'm happy to be part of this discussion.
Thank you. And John, you finally made it. Welcome.
Hello. Okay. So first of all, thanks a lot for welcoming me in this outstanding conference. So I'm a computer scientist and a computer enthusiast with more than 35 years professional experience in computer science, including 12 years in cyber security and more than 15 years in software engineering, mostly spent in the banking industry, developing critical banking software. In parallel to my professional career as an IT consultant, I'm pursuing currently, since a few years, a PhD in computer science at the University of Namur, in collaboration with the Belgian Royal Military Academy and the headquarters of the French Air Force. And there my mentor is leading the artificial intelligence research within the French headquarters, French Armée de l'Air headquarters. My research is about aeronautic certification of adaptive and learning avionic agent embedded in manned and unmanned aircraft. And the use case I'm covering is the intelligent targeting aimed at identifying, selecting, and engaging an enemy unmanned aerial vehicle. A couple of years ago, I have funded my own company aimed at leveraging this research, and my contribution to this conference is to humbly share with you the outcome of my ongoing research, and hopefully to demystify some of the myths I hear about artificial intelligence techniques that could be leveraged or not in autonomous weapon system. So I will bring you the standpoint of a computer scientist, because you can only regulate on subjects you understand.
Thank you. So let me start with the first question to the panel. How to perform verification of artificial intelligence capabilities used in autonomous weapon system? So who wants to start? Maybe Piret?
Thank you for the question. Yes, before I answer this question, I would like to just take a step back and then kind of relate to what was said in the previous discussions, that we have many national regulations and ethical guidelines to regulate the space. Also, some countries have enacted specific strategies for military AI, and also published detailed frameworks for testing, evaluation, validation, and verification. However, the difficulty is then how do we translate those loose social norms into technical specifications and standards. And a related challenge to this is to developing tools and metrics actually to measure risks and evaluate AI model performance. But I want to make the first point that, and I use interchangeably autonomy and AI, because as it was said, AI ethical principles also apply to autonomous weapon systems. That on both areas there are good practices which can be applied also interchangeably. For example, in the area of conventional weapon systems, we have already rigorous TEVV processes, frameworks historically in place, and those could be applied as well in dual-use AI model area. And the aim of those frameworks and processes is to, first of all, ensure the compliance with requirements, and also to make sure that the system is sufficient for the intended use. And on the other hand, then in the AI space, we have now emerging risk assessment and management tools, for example, NIST framework and others also in the area of natural language processing. There are specific tools to evaluate the performance of the model, and those should be applied to autonomous weapon system area. So how to do that? I think now to come to your question, and then I will give floor to others. First of all, I think more countries should publish detailed guidelines. US has, for example, done so. And second of all, there should be just more funding in terms of manpower, organizational resources, and money, both on the academia side to have more publications, to have more research, and on the other hand, also in the militaries themselves. And just to close with this, there's a recent report by Center for Strategic and International Studies, which highlights that, for example, in the US Department of Defense, there's little progress in developing those tools for responsible AI, and no progress for red teaming AI models. So, yes, thank you.
Thank you. So I think you bring something interesting. As you said, we have already frameworks that we can use or potentially use. But then I turn to Gregoire here, who is building these systems, as he mentioned, you know, like swarms. Are you using them? Sorry for putting you on the spot.
I'm already on the spot. Right? No, that's definitely a crucial point. Just before answering to your question, I would also to take the opportunity to mention about this, the opportunity of this dual use aspect and what is already happening, for instance, in the different standards, developing organizations like ISO. There is, for instance, the Joint Technical Committee, so GTC1, between ISO and IEC, where they are, for instance, dealing with trustworthiness in ICT, that's in a broader sense, but that's something already very recent, that started in 2019 and actually started working on that in 2021. And even if you look at some subcommittees, like Subcommittee 42 on artificial intelligence, that's even more recent. So they are developing, for instance, they just published in October 2022 a first technical specification on assessing the performance of machine learning methods. And it just created one on verification and validation for machine learning models. So there's something ongoing that's just really in this initial phase, but maybe there's something interesting also to look in there. But that's indeed definitely not obvious. I mean, this whole concept of verifying and validating machine learning models, already we heard a bit earlier today about this black box aspect, of course, and when you deal with neural nets with billions or trillions of parameters, how to verify them. Typically, in research, people just train the models, test the models, evaluate the performance, and stop there. I mean, and compare between the different performances. But how do you verify that? On which type of testing, I mean, or verification set will you do that? These are some things that are for now unknown, so still to be defined. And yet, at that stage, we are, for instance, talking about more like monolithic systems. But indeed, if you take and I come back to the main question, if we go to the swarming aspect, so here we are talking indeed about collective intelligence. So we already have like distributed artificial intelligence. Each device is embedding some artificial intelligence. So then how do you verify such distributed models? Completely open problem. Also, what would be the cost, the computational cost of doing that? Will it be just feasible? So that's a purely open question. And even more, we also heard a bit earlier about, I think that these points were raised by Neil and also Andreas in the previous panel, about such systems being able to modify their own models online. So during the execution, potentially these systems could keep learning. So there are distributed machine learning models that they do already exist. They can run on such machines, but then that makes the problem even more challenging. So yeah, these are definitely highly important problems and also open research problems for us.
So exactly, we need to do more work on that. Maybe, John, that you are doing work on that, no?
Yes, but first of all, I would like to give some very basic to ensure everybody. So I transmit I share some knowledge. First of all, what is software verification? It's about ensuring that a software is compliant against its specification. And the specification is the formalization of functional and non-functional requirements. So a very important prerequisite to verification is specification. And in my research, I came to the conclusion that the kind of software, autonomous software we are talking about here in this context, have two big characteristics, which are functional requirements. They are learning and adaptive. So they are able to acquire knowledge, and they are able, in their experience in the operational environment, to adapt to new situation. And to me, the learning should not be done online for this case of application, so that you don't introduce unnecessary non-deterministic behavior. So if you stop doing the learning in the operational mode, you will totally avoid the non-determinism due to the online learning. And so you have solved a big part of your solution. And the second part is the adaptation. And in fact, you have to constrain with boundaries the adaptation feature or functionality to bound it and to verify it in a very intensive manner. So that if you avoid to do online learning, you just have to focus on the verification of the adaptation functionality. And doing so, you are going to dramatically simplify the verification of such software.
Thank you. Very interesting. Maybe the nations here in Luxembourg can take note, because this could be one of the red lines. But Pascal, over to you. So how you see the challenge there on verification?
Yeah, I think what was just said is quite important, in the sense that when we talk about AI, autonomous systems, machine learning, at the end of the day, that's software, and we are used to use software. We are used to create software since many years. So there is a lot of things going on when it comes to verifying software, to test software, to control software, to audit software, and all these kind of things. And so there are a lot of techniques that are already there that needs to be, I would say, integrated and applied to this world of specific autonomous systems. And what was said previously is important to make sure that there is this constraints, these limitations of where the data comes from, what type of components one is using in software, because when you're talking about a system, especially an autonomous system, that's not a black box. It's composed of many different components, and each individual of these components needs to have its own, I would say, verification mechanism, etc. And maybe comes from another area, maybe comes from the civil. When we talk about dual use, when you talk, especially Peter Shah yesterday also mentioned it, is that AI technology is way more way more evolved in the civil society than in military, etc. So there will probably be this switch that military is using also technology coming from the civil side, and but has this need to apply more strict verification processes and all these things, and there obviously comes in the policy level. It has been discussed a lot already in the previous panels, and regulation, etc. There is a lot of policy regulation discussions at the moment ongoing when it comes to these type of technologies, AI. There is the EU AI, at least at European level, which I know best. There is the EI Act, there is the Data Act, there is the Data Governance Act, there is the Cyber Resilience Act, and many more other acts that altogether, I would say, combine or talk about parts of the solution. When it then comes, however, to specific verification, we have the process. We have, I think it would be important to inspire from other areas, from other sectors, like for instance in the medical sector, where there is a very detailed process of testing, auditing, validation, certification, with multiple tiers, basically multiple independent bodies verifying things, and well, in military that exists as well. And these things needs to be applied to AI, to machine learning more strictly, I think, in the future, and not only to those systems that are identified as autonomous weapon systems, but to all the other systems that are connected to it. For instance, an autonomous weapon system will probably not be able to work without a GPS system. or without other type of platforms or systems which will provide data, which will provide information so that the system can be autonomous and can decide things. So this interconnection is also important, and so the same processes of verification need to flow into other areas, into the civil as well, and that's why this discussion, this collaboration between those two worlds, I would say, is so important and will be more and more important in the future.
Thank you, and as we saw also with the point of P8 that already exists regulation, as you said, we can look examples in other domains that are also heavily regulated, like medical, space, aviation, to learn, okay, but still have to be developed as we hear before. But I think you also helped me to move to the next subject of discussion, which is about cybersecurity. And how we have to consider this, because we discussed in this panel and before that we want to limit the system to X, Y, Z, these red lines. But what happens if we don't protect them and then somebody circumvent them? And then we go back to the problem of the complexity of these black box components. It's not only one. The autonomous weapons system is not one black box, it's many black boxes. And the issues there about integrity of data, vulnerability of the system, and how we can ensure, high levels of hardening. So who wants to start? Peter?
Yes, maybe I can start. So just again saying that autonomous weapon systems are very attractive target because if you can take control of a system and redirect it, it gives you strategic advantage. And also I think the vulnerabilities are more emphasized than perhaps controlled or remotely controlled system, especially if the system operates without communication, because human can't detect if something goes wrong or the system behaves unintendedly. So in this sense, we can divide perhaps threats to three broad categories. If we think about AI models in general, threats against privacy and data, supply chain, and then threats against AI models such as adversarial examples. So cybersecurity and also electronic interference are part of operational risks. And of course, we should apply the general cybersecurity regulations also when we talk about AI and all the weapon systems. But on the other hand, which may be surprising as I'm as a cybersecurity researcher, would say that in some cases, as now the kinetic war in Ukraine shows that we don't have to always maybe consider all possible risk on the tactical level to cybersecurity. First of all, it's very difficult to have destructive attacks against the cyber-physical systems, as we know, and especially, for example, if we talk about drones, it's much easier to jam or spoof them, or just take them down by kinetic action than actually to conduct cyber attack. So, and also it gives a lot of operational advantage to sometimes use unencrypted communication, and you can use other, so it's, there's a trade-off between security and then operational advantage, I would say. But I just, to finish again, want to highlight that, yes, the approach of the whole life cycle is very important as it comes to testing, evaluation, validation, and verification, that it's not only after we have developed the model or before we are going to deploy the system, but it actually has to go through the life cycle. And then on top of the cybersecurity general frameworks, we need to develop those tools and metrics for AI-specific model risk assessment and also mitigation measures. So it's two parts.
Thank you. Yes, John,
Yes,
go ahead.
I wonder myself in preparing this conference, how would I attack myself an autonomous weapon system? And in fact, there is a very insidious kind of cyber attack, which is the advanced persistent threat. In fact, it's attacking the system not while it is operational, because, by the way, an autonomous system has an attack surface which is smaller, because due to its autonomous nature, there are less entry points to attack it when it is operational. But the advanced persistent threat is such kind of attack that an unknown nation has made against the Iranian program of uranium enrichment, known as the Stuxnet virus, which consists, in fact, in putting malware in the system at the start of its software development life cycle, so that you introduce the malware before the system becomes operational. And then, as Pirette mentioned, when you have an autonomous system, it has less connection with a human operator because it's autonomous, so less chance to detect it while operational. So I would make the attack so in the first step of the software development life cycle.
Thank you.
Yeah, I also wanted to react on what you said, indeed, on the attacks towards, for instance, some UAVs and even swarms of UAVs. I think in what we can expect in the future, I mean, also in research, we're already talking about swarms versus swarms, and even in the context of cybersecurity, typically the initial thinking is about ground-based cyber attacks. But typically in that kind of scenario, swarms versus swarms, the idea is that with your defensive swarm, or the attacking swarm, you go closer to the opponent devices to try to conduct your cyber attack more effectively. And that's exactly also a subject of current research. So that's something you can expect. So these are new levels of also cyber threats that you could foresee. Also, I really like the point on raised by John. I mean, we really need, I think we heard this keyword a bit earlier today as well, the holistic approach. I mean, you really, when you think about cyber threats, you really need to consider the whole pipeline, indeed, from the design phase of your algorithms to the deployment phase, but also considering the autonomous devices themselves, but also, for instance, your command and control center, which, for instance, will embed some decision support system, which will be running some AI as well, where you aggregate the information that you collect, and with some AI to help the operator to make some decision. This can be also, this provides definitely some opportunities to be attacked. So you really need to have this holistic point of view in terms of cybersecurity.
Yeah, thank you. Pascal, a part of the question, I also interested to know, as you come heavily for the cyber security domain, a lot of the tools that I use today are open source. So how this is also making the challenge, I would say, more interesting.
Okay, I would first react a bit with what was already said, and maybe very recently, and I brought the paper, the German Federal Information Security Agency, so our pendant basically in Germany, put out a paper about AI security concerns in a nutshell. And the in a nutshell is interesting, coming from Germany, especially from the BSI, which generally produce 250 pages document. Here it is 20, so this shows really the urgency of the topic, maybe just to this as an introduction. And in there, they are looking at the different type of attacks, the different threats, risks that are specific to AI, on top of the general, I would say, IT, cybersecurity things that are known. And what is interesting, and it links to what has been said previously, is that they recommend in many different of the solutions that they propose a thing like retraining. So they put forward the concept of that when it comes to critical systems where AI technology is used, that it would be an idea to think about having a set of data, because AI without data doesn't work. So that is used to train the system to become autonomous. That you would use to reset basically the system to get it to a state where you want to have it, which might also consider that you would lose the learning effect somehow, because you basically start from fresh. But this would make sure that poisoning of the data or backdoors that have been introduced, etc., also gets washed away again, and can make sure that the systems are freshly out of factory again, and can be put into operations. So very interesting, I would say. It's not written as this in the paper, but this is the reading that I gave to it, and so I find this an interesting way to go when thinking about specifically these, I would say, autonomous weapon systems, where the impact is I would say very critical. Coming to your point about open source. Yes, open source is big. I would say we are all using open source every day. I would say in almost all IT system there is a component which is based on open source. Sometimes more, sometimes less. Sometimes fully open source, sometimes not. So it's there. It's spread. It has shaped the internet. It has shaped technology, and it has, in my opinion, quite a few very big advantages. Also maybe some disadvantages. But I think, and this is a really personal view on it, the advantages really overwhelm the disadvantages. So the fact being open, being able to that everybody can look into the code, can try to see how it works, how the system is working, what it is doing, etc., brings in a certain level of, I would dare to call it, democracy in thing. And personally, I think this is something that we would need also in this discussion, especially in the previous panel we have heard about such things, that it's important to put forward also the value aspect, the ethical aspect. And for me, clearly, from a technology side of things, open source brings in a positive element, because anyway, most of the technologies that are largely used, will be largely used, have this component, and we should even put forward to put more technology open source, so that we can all participate to this verification and auditing system. Even if this is not, I would say, always a given, but at least it's one parameter more, one strength more that we can put forward. And just to finish, at the level of this new European Cybersecurity Competence Center that I'm chairing now, this is exactly also what is being put forward, to strengthen, with the objective is to strengthen the European market, and one idea to strengthen the European market in cybersecurity is to reinforce the usage of open source, to make the technology that is being developed in Europe for cybersecurity open source to be able that everybody can build capacity, competence, because this is the a key aspect, to be able to create competence on about technology internally and for each and every. And this you can only if you get access to things and not having this black box solution aspects.
Thank you. Briefly, please.
Yes, a quick remark, but of course you have to mitigate the risk of using the open source, because as I mentioned in my attack schema, which is the advanced persistent threat, I would introduce a Trojan horse code into the source code you would use. And then, of course, have this, so the malware executed on the drone in the operational environment. So one of the measures then would be to have source code review to ensure there is no malware that has been injected.
Thank you. Time is running quickly, so I'm going to try to ask each of the panelists to bring some conclusion, but very special points. So this conference is put together to help to provide advice to Luxembourg government in the effort that they try to put or decide how to regulate, how to create regulation. So what will be your advice to Luxembourg government, especially on the technical considerations? So starting here from my left with Grégoire, please.
Okay. Thank you, Sergio. Yeah, that's first of all, I think that's just again the fact of having this event is already a very important step from the country, and that's definitely a big plus. So, and you see that also the variety of people attending to this event. You see that it involves a lot of different profiles and competencies. So I think definitely, again, to me, one of the keywords here is really this holistic approach. So just really think about and gather all the people involved, again, from all the different sectors with different competencies to be able to first to collect what already exists from the various sectors, potentially to use that information to better define what to do in the future, and hopefully in the very close future with autonomous weapon systems.
Thank you. Pirette?
Yes, to finish on a positive note, I wanted to say that there is a lot of good work already being done. As you mentioned, the international standardization organizations are developing standards for AI. There's a EU-US Trade and Technology Council working group is setting up a repository for risk assessment tools and metrics. Also, there are think tanks working on developing measurements, how to risk AI harms. There's good work going on in NATO regarding certification standard, etc. So basically, my recommendation would be to support all those different forums and fund and invest, and also not only what government and international organizations are doing, but also the academic community, and support articles not on only legal and ethical implications, but also on how to operationalize those through the technical specifications. And for example, if you increase explainability, and this may decrease precision and accuracy, and what does it mean? So just to support the good work that is going on already.
Thank you. I will take note on that. Pascal?
Yeah, maybe there are already a few very good examples of things that are happening already, and it's really maybe interesting to just name them in the sense that Luxembourg has really started the last years in investing a lot in going really into this direction of cyber defense. Also built on top of the already a bit longer experience in the area of cybersecurity. And these are really interesting developments, especially as it is being done not, I would say, siloed, but really together. That is an important aspect, civil and military. For instance, also linking or bringing in also academia research, because two interesting examples now, the Minister of Defense is supporting the setup of a cyber policy chair at the university, for instance, and as well a new dedicated cybersecurity excellence center, which will where a new master's program, cybersecurity and cyber defense, is being developed. So all these kind of things are really showing that there is this willingness to bring together all the expertise that is there, and to look at these specific topics like autonomous weapon system in a more broad sense, and look at the technology per se, and really bring in all the parties that can add value to this. And this is a continuation that we should continue to do in Luxembourg. And so I hope that the next government will continue it, because we will have elections soon. So
Yes, let's see. John, please.
Yes, thank you. So a message: don't worry. According to me, computer science, of course, if you follow stringent software development life cycle, can fulfill the safety and the cyber security requirement of those very life-critical autonomous weapon system. And my recommendation would be to look at what's happening in the aviation world in terms of the safety and cyber security certification of embedded software. There are already a certification scheme in use there. They are being modified to cope with the very specific features of artificial intelligence. So they are being modified, and I think it's worth looking at what's going on in aviation to see how it can be reused for autonomous weapon systems.
Thank you. So with this, thank you to the panelists for sharing your knowledge. And I will kindly ask you during the coffee break, feel free to reach them out, because I can tell you that our discussion was longer. So take the opportunity that you are here, and again, thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa.
Thank you so much, Sergio.
Back to you.
I always smile when I see Pascal on stage, because I know you work in cybersecurity, but with your bag present, I'm not sure why we have that interference, but anyway, we'll go to the coffee break. But it just makes me smile that you bring a security with you everywhere, is what I was going to say. Apologies. We have a 10-minute break so that people can make their flights. Thank you. 10 minutes. Finally. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. And we're going to try to start now. I know it is a very short coffee break and people are beginning to get to know one another and they want to talk more. But I know also people are beginning to discuss flights and we don't want them to miss flights. But we have a fantastic panel. For those of you online, for those of you here present, thank you for being in the room. We do invite you to sit down as soon as possible because the final panel is going to discuss something that is, of course, intrinsic to this whole discussion, which is the ethical part of this. So to lead the panel discussion on the ethical aspects of this whole debate, please welcome Professor Peter Asaro. He is the Associate Professor and Director of Graduate Studies at the New School. Welcome and welcome to Luxembourg, Peter. Thank you. We also have Dr. Ernie Gillen, who is from the International Ethics expert from the Moral Factory. Thank you. Frank Schleiper, Researcher and Policy Advisor at PAX. Nathan Summers, AI Research Analyst based here in Luxembourg, working with the Luxembourg Tech School. And finally, Anja Dahlmann, who is at the Institute for Peace, Research and Security Policy, the University of Hamburg. Welcome to all of you, and I hand it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you to the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg for hosting this important meeting and for including an ethics panel, which is one of the really critical issues when we think about autonomous weapons. So I want to start off just by asking our panelists a bit about how they think about ethics in their work. And I wanted to start with Ernie because he works at the Moral Factory, which in my mind involves a bunch of robots producing morality or a factory that produces moral robots. But I would like to hear how you think about ethics in your work.
Yeah, thank you, Peter, for that question. When I was creating the Moral Factory, I thought morals doesn't fall from heaven anymore. So we have to manufacture ethics in a real way. And that's a big challenge. So I make a distinction between morals and ethics. Morals being more or less what we are calling our native language. So each of us has an own native language and own morals. And the ethics, in my definition, would be the grammatical system, how you link those different moral systems. And that's what I'm doing in the Moral Factory, trying to translate different moral systems in a way that people can deal with one another, coming to moral consensus.
Thank you. Very informative. Frank, in your work at PAX, how do you think about ethics, and particularly around the issue of autonomous weapons?
Yeah, thanks, Peter, and thanks, Luxembourg, for setting up this conference and inviting me. PAX is a peace organization based in the Netherlands, and we work with local partners in 19 conflicts around the world, and with the aim to contribute to peaceful conflict resolution. And from there, for us, it's logical to look at what warfare and the use of weapons means for people on the receiving end in conflicts. And so from there, it was very logical for us to join more than 10 years ago the Stop Killer Robots campaign and co-founding it. And in the context of autonomous weapons, for us, a few very clear concerns stand out. Most of all, the dehumanization and the fact that decisions over the use of force cannot be taken by a machine or an algorithm, and we've called that digital dehumanization. There always needs to be that human control. That is, for us, a key ethical concern. Another one is accountability, where we see already over the past 20 years in drone warfare and the war on terrorism, how accountability is so much a problem which will only increase with increased availability of more and more autonomous weapons. Furthermore, also where we see from our experience that it's probably not for us people in Europe or the northern part of the world who will experience the use of autonomous weapons, but it will be people in the south most likely. Another issue is the lowering of the thresholds to use violence because of the not only the increased availability of it, but also the easy use of it, because it simply lowers the threshold if the distance between the user and the weapon increases. Also, for us, a big concern is that who is benefiting from this? That will be the dominant military powers, and it will be the arms industry. And this is what we see as a risk, as long as they are also very prominent and dominating the way we're going to use these technologies in warfare. And from there, also the concern of a global arms race, because of what we see already today, increased rivalry between major powers in the world. And that's why, last but not least, we see it as an ethical imperative as well, that states now urgently come together to negotiate a treaty that puts limits to the use and the properties of autonomous weapons.
Thank you for that. So Nathan, you've been working in artificial intelligence applications, including machine learning, and some of these new technologies we've been hearing a lot about. And you've also now started working in AI ethics. And last night we heard from Paul Scharre about certain kinds of questions that AIs are very good at answering, like discrimination tasks, and other sorts of tasks that are much more difficult. And he referred to judgment and told us about the young girl and the two goats in Afghanistan. And I wonder, how do you think about, as well as the last panel talking about operationalizing ethics, so how do you think about AI solving ethical problems, or how do we operationalize ethical problems?
Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you very much for the privilege of being here, and I'm very excited about this opportunity. You're right in the sense that currently AI is not suitable to every task. Dr. Scharre's story in his keynote yesterday is a very good example of this, in the sense that an IHL-compliant weapon would have killed the girl, which to me would be a morally reprehensible solution to the problem that they faced. And I think that this draws a very clear distinction between legal acquiescence and moral acquiescence. And while laws in general seek to be morally just and binding descriptions of our society, that's not always the case. Laws aren't inherently moral by their nature. I hesitate to say that AI will never be capable of addressing these issues because the technology is changing so fast, and there might be solutions that we just haven't thought of yet to these issues. An example of this is GPT-4 recently convinced a human agent that it was also a human in order to bypass CAPTCHA. So in some sense, GPT-4 has passed the Turing test, which is something that I didn't think we were very close to. So it's a difficult question to say never, and I hesitate to use that word. Perhaps something that's quite comprehensible solution is encoding morality somehow. And that might on the surface seem very attractive, but that itself raises a whole host of other questions because morals differ drastically culturally. What's right in one place is wrong in another place. So how do you determine what moral system or moral code is right? How do you determine that one sense of morality is better than another? How do you choose which moral code to implement into these systems? And I don't think that that's an easy position to take. or to advocate for one over another. But the fact of the matter is that we're far closer to developing weapon systems that can autonomously kill people than we are to developing AI systems that can, in themselves, act as moral agents.
Thank you for that. Anya, you've done a lot of work through the International Panel on the Regulation of Autonomous Weapons with your colleagues. And you've issued a number of reports, including some on the ethics. And I'm curious, in response to Minister Bosch's statement this morning about really needing clear red lines in regulation, what do you see as the ethical basis for those clear red lines, and what would they look like?
Right, so yeah, first of all, since IPRA ended a while ago, the website isn't online anymore, but if you're interested in our reports, just let me know. They are a bit harder to find by now, but I can provide you with them. And they have aged well, if I may say so. Based on that work and some of my work after that, I would say the ethical basis is human dignity and the principles of humanity. And the ICRC president this morning elaborated on this, and I would like to follow that train of thought, right? The principles of humanity are the basis also for international humanitarian law, and so we should look into that. And looking at the concept of human dignity, we notice pretty quickly that it might be not okay to objectify humans, because we need to recognize them as human beings, not as an object, as just a data point maybe. And we also need to understand the value of life, the specific value that's behind that, and possibly reflect on the reasons why this life should be taken. And I hope that we can agree in this room that if we automize the whole targeting process and then develop autonomous weapons based on that, we would leave these steps, recognizing, understanding, reflecting, we would leave that out. And that would be a violation of human dignity, because it would lag on human agency. And so I would say that is a pretty strong and pretty clear basis why we need a regulation of autonomous weapons that might include the concept of human control, but I think we will discuss that later on a bit more.
Great, thank you. Coming back to Ernie, and this question of where do the ethics come from? There's been a proliferation of AI principles, AI ethics. There's a law emerging in the EU around AI regulation. Do you think those are sufficient for a basis for the ethics that we would need for an international treaty on the military uses of autonomous weapons? And if not, what do we need?
Yeah, after all the reflections I have done, I think it's important to accept that if we are talking about autonomy, we are talking about artificial intelligence as well. So there is no autonomy in a system without some kind of artificial intelligence. And if we are talking about artificial intelligence today, it's important as well that we understand we are not only in the world of military, but we are living in a world where artificial intelligence is present in medical facilities, is present in the banking industry, in the finance industry, is present in the civil administration. So today, if you want to have a loan, it might be that AI will decide whether you get a loan, yes or no. If you want to be recruited by the university or by a big company, it might be that at least the pre-selection will be done by artificial intelligence. And so what I found interesting in all that is that UNESCO came up with with recommendations November 2021, so it's a very recent document, and those recommendations were signed up by 193 nations, including, so to say, practically all of us. And they have elaborated on principles which could be easily applied to the military sector as well. So I just can read it out if I find it. and I will find it. So, for instance, in their 14th recommendation, they say no human being or human community should be harmed or subordinated, whether physically, economically, socially, politically, culturally, or mentally, during any phase of the life cycle of AI systems. And then in Article 36, they say that AI systems can never replace ultimate human responsibility and accountability. As a rule, life and death decisions should not be ceded to AI systems. So there we already have, so to say, a universal framework signed up by UNESCO, and perhaps that could even help to, let's say, reboost the discussions within the CCW, saying there is a general agreement in the public, there is a general agreement in society that machines should not decide upon human beings, and there's a categorical distinction between a machine and a human being. And I think if we have to discuss those topics, we might first discuss, perhaps, should we ask ChatGPT to come up with new regulations, or should we do those regulations? And so the question is not so much, in my opinion, about machines, but it's more about humans. So what are we? What do we want to be in the future? And then discussing the matter of machines we need to build our future.
Yeah, I think too about the UN Declaration on Human Rights and the covenants on economic, political rights, as well as the Geneva Conventions as being, almost universally accepted ethical codes that are already in existence and could be built into our understandings of these things as well, rather than asking ChatGPT, which hopefully is looking at those documents as well. I wanted to kind of follow up on that a little bit and ask Nathan about some of the risks of building into these systems machine learning and AI. Of course, I think we can have autonomous weapons that are really dumb, like landmines that don't necessarily have any sophisticated calculation in them. But as AI is advancing, there's been a lot of use of statistical models that use really large data sets and large numbers of sort of neural network nodes. What are the implications of that in terms of being able to explain or understand how those systems work, and thus be able to ensure that they might follow ethical or legal norms?
Well, these systems that are trained on these massive data sets are only going to be as good as the data sets themselves, right? So if the data sets are inherently biased, then the final model trained on them are going to reflect those same biases. Now, this is a problem because the world in which we live in is very deeply biased. Human history is essentially a history of discrimination. Minority groups since essentially the beginning of history have been discriminated against, be they religious minorities, ethnic minorities, women, LGBT communities, disabled communities. And so any data gathered about the world is going to reflect those biases as well. There are further issues that compound this, such as the way that we collect data. When we call somebody to have them do a survey, all the respondents are going to have phones, so that requires a certain financial investment in a phone. And then they also need to have the time to pick up the phone and answer your question. The audience of a survey is also very important, because if we ask people in this room about autonomous weapon systems, given that everybody here is interested and invested and has a level of expertise in the topic, we're going to get very different answers than if we asked a group of university students or a group of accountants or any other group of people. On that note, if you want to spread this conference's survey as far and wide as possible, that would be very appreciated. But back to the point of bias, because our data is inherently biased, these machines are going to reflect this. This is further compounded by challenges associated with reinforcement learning techniques that are often used in machine learning models, where they learn from doing things. So if they are reflecting bias, if they're trained on bias, reflecting bias, and then learning to further cement this bias in their behavior, then that's going to reinforce those societally in a way that we don't really have as much control over as I think that many of us would like. A civilian example of this is in hiring. A lot of hiring algorithms are very likely to be illegally discriminatory. You mentioned, Ernie, the example of loans and pre-screening. So those are all civilian areas where these shortcomings in the technology become apparent. So I struggle with sort of the decision to cede, the decision to engage lethally to machines that we already know to be flawed. An example that might be more pertinent to the current topic of weapon systems is a lot of computer vision libraries are trained primarily with data sets, including images primarily of white men. So if you were to deploy a weapon system using one of these libraries into an area where this doesn't represent the ethnic distribution of the population, the chances of misidentifying a target are much higher because the machine learning models used in the system aren't as able to discern between minority groups as well. So you could misidentify a target, and if the machine has the capability to autonomously execute the target as well, then there's nothing that anybody can do. You've killed a potentially innocent person.
Thank you. Frank, you mentioned drones and targeted killing, and for those who have been in this debate long enough will remember before the CCW, there was a report from the Special Rapporteur for Extrajudicial Execution, Philip Alston, that included a section on autonomous weapons. That was quickly followed by another report by Christoph Heinz, the following Special Rapporteur in 2013 on autonomous weapons that really kind of launched the discussions at the CCW in some ways. And I wonder, looking back on their predictions about how, and descriptions of how drones were being used to do extrajudicial execution and targeted killings, and how that impacted both the lowering of the threshold for the use of armed force, looking at how that elided certain notions of international law and territoriality, and how that also had very differential effects on countries that had such armed drones and countries that were the base of operations or the victims of these attacks. I wonder if you could elaborate a bit on how you think about that 10 years later.
Yeah, thanks. And I think nobody could have predicted 10 years ago how conflict would look like today, and in particular with respect to the use of armed drones and drones in general. Back then, it was mainly the US and Israel who had armed drones and had used them on the battlefield. But over time, we saw, of course, China entering the production and exporting as well, soon followed by Turkey. And ever since, we've seen the availability of drones spreading, like nearly any major country today has drones, and a growing number of countries has armed drones at its disposal. And we've seen the use of armed drones proliferating not only from Yemen, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Palestine, where it used to be, to in Iraq, in Syria, in Turkey, in Mali, in Ethiopia, in a lot of other countries. And my fear is that we've only seen the beginning of this, since this, no matter how you look at it, are still relatively new weapons and new uses of these weapons. And if you add to that technological progress in sensor technology, in artificial intelligence, the scalability of these weapons, what we see with loitering missiles, how they've developed and proliferated over the past decade, then for me the trajectory to increasingly autonomous weapon systems is very clear, and that makes the danger for the future only bigger, and the concern only bigger, and therefore the reason to speed up and negotiate only more urgent.
Thank you for that. Anya, there's been a lot of discussion about human control and the human element, and of course we find, I think, the basis of ethics ultimately in the human. What do you think have been the sort of key ethical elements that have come out of thinking about both the ethics of individual weapons operators and commanders, but also the discussion around developing systems of control, or control by design, as one might say, that we can have sort of distributed responsibility through systems that will have some kind of ethical accountability, even if the individual operator doesn't understand what that system is doing?
Right, so I think one approach to look at this, or what came out of this, is this kind of two-tier approach that distinguishes, and Paul Sharam mentioned that also, that we might want to look into anti-personnel weapons through a specific lens and maybe prohibit these, and then regulate all other automated or autonomous targeting processes. And I think that really is the translation of the question of human dignity, right? So you don't objectify humans, so maybe not target humans with an autonomous weapon system. That would be one translation of this. And then the question of human control and more specific regulations. The way I understand human control would then accordingly be that a human has to understand what is going on in the specific situation, so situation understanding, and potentially has option for intervention, and that's usually the most controversial part, and we can discuss this. I would be willing to dial back on the interaction part, but anyway, so understanding interaction as a design concept, or part of the design, and as a use requirement as well. And of course, it's context dependent and all that. And this design requirement, I think, is really important to consider, because, yeah, the potential to understand and to intervene is really laid down in the design, in the choice of data you use. For example, to train the algorithm, you might want to understand which data go into that. You said that if the data is biased or isn't a good fit for the situation you're going to use it, that's not going to work. If the design is otherwise flawed, if you don't have the hardware components you need to intervene later on, communication links, for example, that might be an issue. So it's really early on in the development process that we need to inject the ethical values, also legal requirements, but also ethical values we want to see in the system afterwards. That doesn't make the weapon system an ethical system, but at least it's possible to use it according to certain values. I think we see this in certain discussions. For example, I'm part of a group that accompanies the Future Combat Air System development. It's sort of an ethics committee. I'm not paid to say that, I'm independent there. But I think it's an interesting discussion we're having there, discussing how to design autonomous functions that include human control and that allow this. And I think there will come up some interesting disputes over the next month in that group. But where I actually want to go there, that is a more or less private initiative by Airbus and the Fraunhofer Institute. And I wonder why states don't have this. So I think we need an international regulation that sets the normative framework, and then really state-led discussions on exactly that, including many stakeholders from civil society as well, and don't leave that to the industry to define that because the states are the prime customers, and especially in democratic states, we want to see the values enshrined in the design of those systems.
Thank you. Nathan, we heard earlier from Neil Davidson, who said that adding artificial intelligence to an autonomous system just adds more complexity and difficulty in testing and predicting what it's going to do, which makes it more difficult for an operator to make these sorts of legal judgments or ethical judgments. And then we just had a whole panel on verification and testing. And I just wonder, from your experience working with these kinds of large machine learning models, can we effectively test these things? How do we try to assure trust or predictability or reliability in thinking about the ethical implications of their use?
I think that it would be a challenge, to be sure. I think that from a legal standpoint, this situation might be clear because oftentimes laws and legislation are drafted in a very, not a very cut and dry, but in much more of a black and white way than morality is. Morality is a lot of shades of gray. So trying to express those shades of gray in a way that is understandable to a machine presents a very interesting challenge. Again, as I mentioned earlier, I really hesitate to use terms like impossible and could never happen, because we really don't know what this kind of technology will eventually be capable of. Verification itself is certainly an area which requires a lot of further research in. Right now, I don't believe that there is a way to ensure that these systems are moral agents in and of themselves, but I think that highlights an important area that should be explored further within this technology and within this domain.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the argument that these are not moral or legal agents, and we should not delegate moral and legal responsibilities to them. That's an abrogation of our own moral and legal duties. So I want to come back to Ernie a little bit and ask, you've been very concerned about the definitions of these different terms that are being used. And the CCW over the years has spent a lot of time arguing about definitions, or arguing maybe because of crossed lines of definitions. And I wonder if you have a simple way to resolve that and define everything for us.
No, I think there is no simple solution that would be too easy, even if we are at the end of the conference. But what is quite interesting at the EU level in the Parliament today, they should have taken a decision about the definition of AI as it is used here in Europe. And they had to postpone that decision because they couldn't agree on the definition. And I can read out that definition because it's quite interesting, because again, it shows that we are talking about AI in a very broad sense, and it covers much more than autonomous weapon or better autonomy in weapons. So the definition as it is discussed right now by the European Parliament, artificial intelligence system means a machine-based system that is designed to operate with varying levels of autonomy, and that can, for explicit or implicit objectives, that's interesting, explicit or implicit objectives, generate output such as predictions, recommendations, or decisions influencing physical or virtual environments. So that's the long definition they gave. And I think it's helpful because we are interacting with those systems. But as you already mentioned, we should remain the ethical and the moral agents. So machines never should become moral agents. But could we build something like a defender GPT? So that's, if you look at ChatGPT, you ask a question and then it will come back telling you, I cannot answer that question because I was not pre-trained in the cloud because it's not connected to the web. I was not trained on that, and it's a transformer. So it's really something interesting. And the Defender GPT could be interesting because then if any person would say, kill that other person to a machine, the machine would answer, sorry, I'm just a Defender GPT, I'm not allowed to kill any person. And it would be interesting whether it's feasible from a technical viewpoint to build such what I call a Defender GPT, so that it's simply not able to target any person. And then we would be a step ahead in a lot of discussions, not delegating that responsibility to the machines, but on the other hand, limiting the machines on certain tasks.
Thank you. Frank, you mentioned, of course, the dangers and risks of proliferation that we can easily sort of extrapolate from drones to autonomous weapons. What are the responsibilities of the states that develop these systems initially for the potential proliferation, not just to other states, but non-state actors, the potential for these systems to be used by dictators and so forth against their own people, as well as the various risks these systems could pose for stability, both regionally and globally, in terms of arms races and destabilizing different situations around the globe?
That's a big question. But clearly, first of all, this week, SIPRI, the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, released its annual data on military spending, and the new message this year was that military spending now is higher again than at any other time before the end of the Cold War, since the end of the Cold War. The number one military spender is spending more than the number 2 till 11. And we see China and the US both continuing to increase the military spending with arms race sort of dynamics, with the US afraid of losing its military superiority, with China indeed year on year increasing significantly its military budget and its military capabilities. And as part of that, not only drones and similar systems, but also spending on developments towards increased autonomous functions and properties of weapon systems. And where I think, and maybe less so the US, because, I mean, they've had quite strict controls on the export of armed drones, but they've been taken over by developments in China and Turkey specifically, who've been exporting drones a lot. But for the main military powers who drive the technological changes in warfare, there is where the biggest responsibility lies. And that's also, I mean, if you look at discussions, for example, in the CCW, it's either remarkable or strange, or not so strange, that it's countries with small militaries or no militaries, or countries with very limited resources, who've been calling loudest for rules and regulations, whereas you would expect that also the dominant powers who have the responsibility and who could also see the harmful effects from an arms race, not only for themselves, but also for global peace and security, as extra urgent for them to be involved in these negotiations. And I think especially here lies a big role for Western states, for democracies who claim to have some sort of high moral standards. If you have these, if you are very sure that your technological developments can stand the test that meaningful human control requires, then join these discussions and make sure that you use the responsibility that you have at the global stage.
Thank you for that. Coming back to Anya, you mentioned the two-tiered approach and anti-personnel prohibitions being based in the right to human dignity or human dignity itself. And I wonder if you could elaborate a little bit on why that's the case when we know that combatants are liable to be killed and they're not entitled to a particularly dignified death in any sense if we think about explosions and the instruments of war. But why is it particularly dehumanizing to be killed by a machine?
Right, so this whole discussion, I think we have to keep that in mind when we discuss autonomous weapon systems in general. It's not about like glorifying human actions in general and not glorifying war. That's horrible, and we should try to not let it come to that first place. But I would argue that it does make a difference if someone understands why a human being is being killed and why this life is taken. And to reiterate that if the kill chain, if you like, is fully automated and that is where we are headed, then this understanding is lost. And that would probably not be just one soldier or civilian or, who would be targeted then, but a whole, maybe hundreds, I don't know, depending on the scenario, becoming just data points and nobody really understanding what's going on there. And this distance and maybe like a geographical distance, but also mental distance from the act of killing, I would argue, violates the dignity of that human target. And I would also at least assume that it does something with the soldiers who are somewhere involved in that process if they have the impression that they don't have control over what's going on as well. So I think leaving the agency with them would be one important part without, as I said, glorifying the whole thing.
They may even be held responsible in some cases. We heard about the moral crumple zones last night. And I think we also heard earlier this idea of target proxies, right? And that these systems, even with artificial intelligence, which isn't even necessary, right? So a landmine has no real representation of you as a human. It represents maybe, if you're liberal, a pressure of a certain weight that's displaced on it. But it's reducing human beings to those data points, to those targeting profiles that are programmed into a machine that are really just a bunch of ones and zeros that have no context in the world, no understanding, and thus cannot really respect humans as humans, which even if you're being killed, you deserve to be killed for justified reasons, right? Being an armed combatant and so forth. So we have a little bit of time left, and we can either take a question or two from the audience or do a little wrap up. I don't want to keep people from their airplanes. Do we have any questions? I don't see any. Do we have any last comments from the panel?
Maybe just this one, like really bringing this home, hopefully. I think we saw over the whole conference that we have a strong legal basis for regulation. We have a strong ethical basis for that. And what we also saw on this excellent panel on regulations earlier is that we have a lot of common ground between states parties, how human control, or whatever you want to call that, how that could look like, and there's a lot of overlap. So I think we have really the best opportunities to, or states have the best opportunities to find a common ground for a regulation soon. And so they should act soon, and they can act soon. And I think that is really important to take from this.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I very much agree that the best basis for new law would come from the moral conscience and the Martin's Clause and so forth. And that, you know, if anything, it should be an ethical basis for those sort of laws. Well, thank you all. And I think there's a wrap-up following this.
Thank you so much. Thank you all. Thank you for sharing this so beautifully, and what a lovely way to end a very complex discussion. I've had some people messaging me saying, so are there any conclusions? I think the answer is not yet, because it's an incredibly complex discussion, but thankfully we're having this discussion here in Luxembourg and internationally as well. So many of you have come from other places. Still, we have people watching us online. Thank you all. I wish you all a very safe journey home. Please do the survey. We would love to have your feedback on that. Thank you to all of the speakers here present and those in the audience for coming here and for sharing your expertise. I always like to thank our tech team at the back, because without that, you know, everything to do with AI, etc., they manage an awful lot. And for the main organizers, a big shout out particularly to Ben Felter and Christian Hutter. And Marielle Labatte and everybody from Farvest who put this organization together. So with that, there's so many quotes that I have. One of the ones I have written down here is coding morality, which is one of the phrases that has stuck in my mind. It's been my great pleasure to be your host for the last day and a half. I don't want to take your time. I wish you great safe travels home. Thank you.